All right. So everybody who just dialed in, I'm going to do desktop too. So I opened up both mics. Well, I'll turn that one off. Okay. So everybody who just dialed in out there in YouTube land, LinkedIn land, Facebook land, whatever land, welcome to a 70. We're going to work on 70E changes. And like I noted earlier, we're going to be doing the, what is it called? Mentimeter. So if you're looking for a certificate, so we're going to do PDH certificates. So that's professional development hours, 2 for each session, just like I used to do. The only thing I'm doing differently is I'm throwing in a mid review. So right in the middle of the program, I'll do a check to make sure that you're there. Again, I'm not going to tell you when. And I'll tell you how this is going to go. And I know Steve is very familiar with this, but I'm going to show, I think, this one or this one. There it is. So what I'm showing, and on Steve, for you guys, I haven't shared anything out yet. So give me a second. But where is my restream? Oh, here it is. So I'm over here. So I'm going to share this out. Oh, excuse me, my nose. Okay, add a window, and I'm going to add the correlating committee ballot stage for you guys, because you already have the Word documents. And then in the chat box, I will put the Mentimeter code over on the guys and gals who are out on Google Meet. You go to, for everybody out there, you go to menti.com, www.menti.com, and then you enter 3045-1542 is the Mentimeter code. All right, and I put that into that chat. So, hey, Ryan Jackson, thanks for joining. We got Felix Sandoval. Oh, double sound, at least Thomas. You know what? Oh, I got to put my headset in. Sorry about that. Hold on. I got to put my headset in. All right. We got Felix. Okay, right now, because geez, man, I have the other microphone, the desktop muted. Look at this mess I got. All right. So there's the Mentimeter code. It's up on the screen. You go to menti.com. and you enter that code. That gets you at the beginning. Again, I'm going to do the same thing. I have another slide for the middle. I will publish that, I don't know, maybe top of the hour, maybe sometimes a little bit before. I'll have to set myself a clock to remind, an alarm. And then that will be the next Mentimeter, and we'll do a mid, and then we'll do a final one at the end. So there's your code right down there is 3045-1542. And I'm going to turn my phones down. Okay, and I got to set an alarm. I am going to set a alarm for, let's see, I'll do that. I'm not going to tell you when it is. There it goes. All right, so I got an alarm set. I'm going to plug in my phone to power it up. Okay, so I do have to call up that's the Menti code. I'm going to leave it up there. Let me just double check to make sure people are Saturday session 1 beginning. Is it working? Okay, perfect. Thanks, Steve. All right, I'm going to unmute. Okay, so now everybody who came in on the Google Meet side of the family, we can hear you. So just so you know, you are live vocally. All right, I've got that up. Got the okay, there's that. What am I looking for? I am looking for the document. Here we go.
You didn't say there's going to be test questions on the Mentimeter.
Oh, there are test questions on the Mentimeter. Yes. There's just 3 simple questions. So I'm just testing memory. You don't have to have a passing grade to win anything or get a certificate, but there are 3 questions. Yep. All right. I'm going to leave that code up just as people file in for now. This is NFPA 2024 changes. I'll make this bigger for everybody out there on YouTube. Oh, we got Frank Tyler. Yes, you can watch on LinkedIn, Frank. No worries. You can watch on LinkedIn, but remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel. You got to get on there, brother. All right. And then look at this. I got my coffee. I got a pour cup because I got a whole thermos of Stanley coffee. It's got to last me to 5 o'clock p.m. All right. So, Steve and crew, you guys are on this. Everybody who is on my, you know what I'm going to do is I have to call up because I do have some people coming in on LinkedIn. I, for some reason, cannot chat through, what do you call this, OBS to LinkedIn. So I am just going to click on this. I do have, whoops, sorry about that. All right. There is that. Okay, so now I can see the chat. Yep. All right, Frank, thank you. Okay, so I got my LinkedIn over here so I can see and comment to anybody on the chats. The Mentimeter code is up. You guys can see this. So let's take a look at the Word document. If anybody needs that Mentimeter, let me know through the chat boxes and we'll go from there. Mr. Smith is in the house. Salute to you, sir. Salute. All right. So the way this is going to go, for those of you who have not been in any of these sessions, we talk session. There is a chat feature, Frank, on YouTube. You have to be logged into YouTube, so you can definitely chat. You can also chat it up on Facebook, which I'm streaming to Facebook. You can also chat it up on LinkedIn. So I got everything covered. I need another monitor, Steve. You have, I don't know how many monitors you have, but I know you've got a bunch of them.
We got 4 here and 2 on the one behind me, so I got 6.
Okay. All right. So for all of you who are just joining and have not joined before, we're working on a document, and I will make this document available after we're all done. But some key references for you: the manual of style. Let me just copy that. I'm going to put that in the link. The NFPA 70E does use the manual of style for technical committee documents. They also use the style manual reference, NEC style manual, and I'm going to put those in the chat so you can all download those at your leisure. This is NEC style manual. I think this NEC style manual, in my opinion, is one of the more important of these documents. And then there's the regulations governing the development of NFPA standards. And it's a good document to have and hold and love. But I would say the National Electrical Code Style Manual is a very important reference to help you understand how things are laid out. And 70E does follow that NEC style manual, National Electrical Code Style Manual. Okay. We went through some code wide. So when we left off, I'm just going to go down to where we left off. And I believe we left off somewhere down in 130. Let's look at 130. Article 130 was work involving electrical hazards. I believe it was in 130. Documentation, arc flash boundary, incident, and maybe it was 130.4. Yeah, no. We got to go back up.
I'm showing 130.7.
You're showing 130.7, personal and other protective equipment. All right, that might, yeah, because I remember having the discussions around the not the care of equipment, but this discussion of the head, face, neck, and chin area protection, all that good stuff. Let me get this to be a little Last sentence says, if employees use hairnets or beard nets or both, these items shall be ARC rated. Doesn't say only when you are on the ARC flash boundary. I remember having that discussion, and this was in 130.7 Charlie. So 130.7, for everybody who's joining in now, who's probably not joined in before, this is a work in progress. 130.7 is personal and other protective equipment. Employees exposed to electrical hazards. They have the general requirements. You have your care of equipment in this article or this section. You have your personal protective equipment, your PPE, general requirements, and they made some changes about use of contact. So this is C1, right? The previous example of a risk reduction method in list item 1 of the informational note lacked clarity and may have been confusion. And we got Raphael in. We got Willie Snyder. Oh, excellent. Willie Snyder's going to be talking with Derek Vixtel. Good job. The intent of this risk reduction example is for the employee to get the indication of absence of voltage before coming in contact. So that's right. C1 dealt with medium voltage, didn't it? No, it was below. C1 is when an employee is working within the restricted approach boundary, the worker shall wear PPE in accordance with 130.4. When an employee is working with the arc flash within the arc flash boundary, he or she shall wear protective clothing and other personal protective equipment in accordance with 130.5. All parts of the body inside the arc flash boundary shall be protected. That's an important message. And I'll tell you why it's important. In the table method, back in 130.7, we used the PPE category method. I still call it the table method. Everybody else corrects me and says it's no longer the table method. It's the PPE category method. I get it. So when you use the PPE category method in 130.7 Charlie 15A, you dress in accordance with 130.7 Charlie 15C. Now, I heard a beep. I think that might have been somebody who wants to come in. Oh, yeah. I got it. Let everyone message. There's that. Let me close that. So I think we just got Ryan. Yeah. Sorry about that, Ryan. I don't know how long you were out there, but we got you in. So when you think about that statement that says anything within the arc flash boundary shall be protected, that is in C1. What that tells us, like when we use the table method and we dress per 130.7 Charlie 15C, arc flash PPE category 1 does not require a balaclava. Now, and the reason I say that this sentence is important, all parts of the arc of the body inside the arc flash boundary shall be protected, even though arc flash PPE category 1 does not say you need a balaclava. If your head is in the arc flash boundary, it needs to be protected. That will drive the balaclava from if you're using arc flash PPE category 1. So even though arc flash PPE category 1 doesn't say you need a balaclava, when you're in the arc flash boundary, all parts of the skin have to be protected, and you need to protect it. Now, the general requirements says all parts shall be protected, and then 1, use of non-contact capacitive test instruments or a permanently installed metering device in the equipment for indication before using a contact type test instrument to test for absence of voltage. So you have to. So what that's speaking to is those devices that are installed in equipment, permanently installed metering device to give us a presence of voltage indication or what the voltage is at that location. Excuse me. So I guess the message there really is you want to leverage all of the capabilities from all of the options on the table. And you guys are getting a smaller view of this, aren't you? If I do that, is that bigger for you? thinking about my friends and folks out there on, yeah, that's a little bit better, isn't it, Steve? All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for on this one, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. So that's the change that they did in one was they just added that clarity for indication for those other types of metering equipment that can give you what the voltage is. All right. Hey, we got Chris Foland, Mr. Foland in the house. All right. In 5, hearing protection. Employees inside the arc flash boundary shall wear hearing protection. And that's just a rewording, but it's just a reminder that if you are anybody who's in the arc flash boundary needs to wear hearing protection. They didn't make any changes in body protection, hand and arm protection. I think that's where we left off. I remember this discussion too. So this is the distances between the protector cuff and the rubber insulating glove cuff. They give you distances, and that's that overlap. So your rubber insulated gloves need to stick out beyond the leather protectors. And they changed the title of the last column, and I think that's all they did there. All right. Foot protection is 8, 6, 7. And we're going to call this 8 is foot protection. And that is level 4. Jeez, oh man. All right. If anybody out there did not get the Mentimeter code, please let me know. Put it in the chat box or whatever if you need a Mentimeter code for a certificate. I need you at the beginning, the middle, and the end. All right. I'm going to move you guys over here so I can see LinkedIn. Okay, foot protection. What do we do in foot protection? They just changed the informational note. And I think it's simply to align with I believe it's just to align with the style manual. The standard reference was deleted because attempting to correlate the information in this note with the revised 2020 NEC style manual requirements was confusing. So that's hilarious. The committee said that the reference was deleted because trying to get it to align with the style manual was confusing. Now that is funny. That's a shot across the bow to the style manual folks. So the informational note was modified. Removing the reference to ASTM F2413, which is the standard specification for performance requirements for protective safety toe cap. I think this says cap footwear. It simply says that electrical hazard EH footwear can provide a secondary source of electric shock protection under dry conditions. All it says. So, and that's no different than what it was before. So, but the team found it a little confusing. It's interesting. All right, so section 9 talks about factors in selection of protective clothing. This is getting into the layering and what you need on the outer layers and the under layers, the coverage. None of that changed in the 2024 so far in the first draft. 10. In 10 arc flash 10, we do have a small change in there. 10 arc flash protective equipment. What do we got there? It says in hand protection, where insulating rubber gloves are used for shock protection, they remove the word leather. And we talked about this, I think, the last time. Where insulating rubber gloves are used for shock protection, protectors shall be worn over the rubber gloves. And I know we talked about this before. I'm just going to refresh my memory. That doesn't. Leather. We talked about it up above. What was it? Leather. There we go. And they have a new definition. Remember, so leather protectors are being changed to just protectors. A new definition helps us understand what a protector is. The new definition in Article 100 tells us that a protector is a leather or non-leather glove or mitten designed to be worn over rubber insulating gloves. The intent of these protectors is to protect the rubber insulating gloves as they provide shock protection. So, Control C. You know, I think I was putting stuff in the wrong section there. All right, so I'm going to put that down here, being changed to protectors. We can copy text, right? We can copy text. That is in 10. That is in 10 D, hand protection 2. D, hand protection, and 2. Insulating rubber gloves. Rubber gloves require protectors. Leather protectors are being changed to protectors. Okay. What did this get? This is 11. 11 is clothing material characteristics. So 11 is clothing material characteristics. This is when we get into ARC-rated clothing shall meet the requirements described in C12 and C14. Clothing consists of fabrics and zipper tapes, tapes and finings made from flammable synthetic materials that melt at temperatures below 600 degrees Fahrenheit shall not be used. They have an exception for that, and then they have the informational note, which was modified for simply style manual. So 11, I'm just going to put it in there anyway. 11 is clothing material characteristics, modified informational note to align with the style manual. So there's a lot of that going around. So for those of you who have not been either thinking about 70, the National Electrical Code, or 70E, remember, this document uses the NEC style manual. And there was a change in the style manual. Actually, I'm not sure if it was a change or it's just a focus that of the construction of the informational notes have to be a certain way. And throughout both of these documents, the National Electrical Code and 70E, they're changing all of those informational notes. So you'll see a section that might be highlighted as having been changed, but they're not changing the intent. They're simply changing the notes to align with the style manual. So, piece of cake. Clothing and other not permitted did not change. Care and maintenance of ARC-rated clothing and ARC-rated flash suits. Again, this is 13. That did change, but again, it is a style manual thing. So this is care and maintenance of ARC-rated clothing, not clothing, clothing, and ARC-rated ARC flash suits. Modified for the style manual. So modified informational notes 2 and 3. So, and I'll give you, for just to give everybody out there who's not looking at Terra an example, the informational note number 2 said, additional guidance is provided in ASTM F1506. standard performance specifications. So you can hopefully you have your copy of 70E in front of you, and you can take a look at that informational note. And all they did is remove the first few words and replace it with C. So it says C ASTM F1506. Everything else is the same. And then towards the end, after the title of the standard, for additional guidance when trim name tags and logos. That's all it's doing. So it does not change the intent or the requirements, or not. They're not requirements there, or the any other content of the informational note. Remember, informational notes are not enforceable. All right, so 14 looks like it got some love. 14 is standards for PPE. All right, what does this say? This says standards for PPE. The informational note was modified. So the very first informational note was modified. The second informational note was, again, it's informational note changes. So they're just rearranging the informational notes. The general requirement is PPE shall conform to applicable state, federal, or local codes and standards. And they have an informational note number one, which said the standards listed in table, the standards listed in table, I guess it's 130.7 C14. That's interesting. In table informational note, table 130.7 C14. So they changed that to C informational note, table 130.7 C14. That doesn't make sense. C informational note table. Informational, a table is, well, let's see. Maybe there's a whole table in 130.7 C14. 130.7 C14. 130.7 C14 is a table. There is no informational note in it. I wonder why they reference it that way. They say informational note table. I guess the whole table is an informational note. That's why they call it that way. Yeah, it is. That's the title of it. Informational note, standards for PPE. So table 130.7 C14, the entire table is an informational note. That's why they call it C informational note table 130.7 C14. It just doesn't read right, but that makes sense. I would have never thought, Willie says, I would have never thought about my belt buckle under a Kale suit until joining these discussions. Yeah, conductive stuff. You got to think about, there are cases on what type of underwear you're wearing. Like if it's polyester, you can have your underwear melt to your body. Like say it's a t-shirt that's polyester. That's happened because you're going to get very high temperatures. You need a fiberglass belt buckle. Absolutely. Yes. NFPA 70 ampacity tables are enforceable. Yeah, that's right, Willie. The tables are enforceable, but this table, 130.7 Charlie 14, is an informational note in its entirety. So that's one thing to remember. And I'm used to seeing informational notes to tables, not a table as an informational note, but they put all of the standards. And the reason they had to do that was because you can't put in positive text mandate. You can't mandate these reference documents. So they can only be referenced in an informational note or annex material. You can't put it in positive text that your clothing must be listed to ASTM 1506. That's just a style manual thing. And that was a huge debate at one point, I believe. All right, so what they did here was informational notes again. Oh, my nose. Control V. Modified informational notes 1 and 2 to align with the style manual. and informational note number 2 says to see 130.7 Charlie 11 and 130.7 Charlie 12, which are what? 130. Charlie 11 is clothing material characteristics, and 12 is clothing and other apparel not permitted, for requirements on non-arc rated or flammable fabrics not covered by any of the standards in informational note table 130.7 Charlie 14. So 11 and 12 tell you about everything that is not in the table 130.7 Charlie 14, which is an informational note. Okay. I also, before I go any further, I do want to say we have for the Western section, for the IAEI Western section, we have registration open. So I want to let everybody know that you can now register for the IAEI Western section, and I'm going to put that link in here. What did I use? Eventbrite. So we have an Eventbrite registration. So registration is open, and I'll tell you what, we are kicking butt over there on the Western section. The lineup, we're going to be going over 2023 code changes. We're going to go by code making panel. We have 2 special presentations, technical seminars, but most of this program is based on, most of the program is going through each code making panel, and we have code making panel members from those code panels who are going to be presenting the material. So we're going to go through each of these code panels. We're going to go through all the code changes, and you're going to have the individuals who sit on those code panels right there that you can ask them questions. You can argue with them constructively. The registration, I'm putting the registration in the chat box right now. I want to make sure that everybody has that because it is important. Where's my LinkedIn? And I do have another announcement too. I have an opportunity. I'm going to put it in the chat box. It's 7 people on there. Control V. You guys and gals can go out there and register for the section meeting. There's my LinkedIn, and I'm putting it over here on LinkedIn. I have another opportunity for all of you to, I'm giving you some PDH certificates. And I got to make every one of those PDH certificates all by myself. I don't have anybody to help me. So what I am asking is, if you have the desire to support the IAEI Western section, I have an ability for you to do that. We have a education, I'm calling it the Western Section Education Fund. And I'm going to put the link to that. You can be as aggressive as you want in contributing to the education committee for the Western section, or you can make a very small, tight stipend and contribute a little bit. But we have an education fund sponsor where you can provide some financial assistance for the education program for the IAEI Western Section Education Committee. And what we use those funds is to help bring technology. We want to bring get talent in and get educational resources for the IAEI members, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors. So please keep both of those links. Register for the Western section. And if you want to be a contributor, and you will be recognized as a contributor, we have all the way up to the gold. I think I created a platinum level as too, but an opportunity to help us with some funding for our our education, our Western section education. So 2 opportunities to contribute. All right, so let's get back to this. Had to do it, had to be done, tension breaker. Okay, so the other thing they did was they changed the title in 130.7 Charlie 14. So if you look at 130.7 Charlie 14, 130.7 Charlie 14, the old title was Informational Note, Standards for PPE. And what they did this time was they changed it to Table, Informational Note Table, 130.7 Charlie 14, Standards for PPE. So the title of the table was changed. From, it was Table 130.7 Charlie 14, Informational Note, Standards for PPE. And they changed that to Table Informational Note Table 130.7 Charlie 14 Standards for PPE. So that's what they did there. And that's all driven by the style manual. Go ahead.
And they added non-leather protector gloves.
Where are they at? Oh, yes. Added to the table is gloves, non-leather protectors. The standard is ASTM F3258, titled Standard Specification for Protectors for Rubber Insulating Gloves Meeting Specific Performance Requirements. I wonder who drove this. You know, usually I wonder if, I'm just going to do a quick, where's the FR? All right, so public input number 190. Oh, my nose. Let's see if they added it here. They didn't add it here. Louis Barrios, what he was doing was just rewording it. So they didn't add that. Let's look at let's look back at FR68. Informational note. Okay, yep, there, gloves not standard. So what was the justification? Existing informational notes are modified to a new standard is referenced to recognize non-leather. That's all it says. Somebody had to. Well, and we're seeing that. I would say that's almost a theme, Steve, is they are moving these documents to adding and addressing the leather protectors. Someone has that as a part of their agenda. And it could be that people are buying these gloves and saying, wait a second, why can't I use them? It's a tissue issue. I know. I'm having another allergy attack. It's amazing. I woke up this morning with it. My Bobby Joe and I went to breakfast this morning, Steve. We went to breakfast at a local restaurant here that we didn't even know existed. And we said we're going to try them out, and it was pretty good. Okay. 15 is Arc Flash PPE category. All right, so this one got some love. 15. Arc Flash PPE category method. Remember, I used to call this the table method. So this is that table 130.7 Charlie 15A is the table that we all use when we start talking about, you know, if I'm working on a panel board and if it meets all this criteria, I'm in an Arc Flash PPE category 2. My Arc Flash boundary is 3 foot. And then I come over here to table 130.7 Charlie 15C. and this tells me what to wear. So this section is directly related to those two tables, or three tables, because there's one for DC. It's A, B, and C. Okay, so the informational note to the parent text. Informational note for parent text of 15 was modified, and I would say it's not to align with the style manual, because they are saying for both AC and DC systems, the arc flash PPE category of the protective clothing. Also, they're clarifying, was modified to clarify the PPE categories of protective clothing is for both AC and DC. So that's everybody's sitting there going, we have to listen to him sniffle. Jeez. So for both AC and DC systems, the arc flash PPE category of protective clothing and equipment is generally based on determination of the estimated exposure level. You know what I don't like about this, Steve? It says the arc flash PPE category of the protective clothing and equipment. Equipment doesn't have a PPE category method.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if I like the way they said that. Informational note for both AC and, I'm just going to normal text this. I'll put it in quotes. They took out the word "the," and they have now for both AC and DC the arc flash PPE category of the protective clothing. I'm going to highlight this, and I'm going to say that we might be able to have a equipment doesn't have an arc flash PPE category. I don't see how this applies. So that might be a comment. That might be a good public comment. But I don't know. Might be new material. You never know. Maybe not.
I don't see anything specifically in any revisions on why it says for the equipment.
Yeah. You know what I think? I think they bring it in because the PPE category method is based on the equipment that you're working on. But it's the arc flash PPE category of protective clothing is generally based on determination of the estimated exposure level. And you could say for various, so I'm going to put I'm just going to put some suggested language on how I would probably reword this. Delete this note. Delete. I would say base for protective clothing. I would delete that. Strike that out. I don't know how to strike it out. Right mouse click and format text. I don't know how to do that on this. I'm just going to delete it. Clothing is generally based on determination of the estimated exposure level for specified equipment. That's what I think the way it should read. And equipment. I have an issue with and equipment. Equipment doesn't have a PPE category. Type of equipment is what we use to determine exposure, as well as other parameters, because fault current's in there and everything else. But it is driven by, you'll notice every line item in 130.7 Charlie 15A and B starts with panel boards or other equipment or 600 volt class switch gear. metal-clad switchgear. So I think that would be a nice little. I think that could improve that section of the code. All right. I got to make sure that I'm not missing my folks on LinkedIn. There you are. Okay. Good. And I want to make sure that I'm not missing. Okay. All right. So also, looks like they deleted 2 informational notes. Why would they do that? Let's take a look at the detail. Recent testing indicates that the probability of sustaining an arc for 125 volt DC nominal systems is minimal for available fault currents less than 17,000 amps. Technical references support this change include Connectrix report referenced in informative annex D52 and those listed in new informational note number 3. Okay, there's a new informational note number 3. They deleted those. Where's the informational note number 3? See the following references for DC voltage below 150 volts nominal. A 2-second arc duration is assumed. So this, let me go back up. Hold on. I know I'm getting you guys dizzy, but they deleted these 2 informational notes. The arc flash PP category of the protective clothing and equipment is generally based on determination of the estimated exposure level. They did not say why they deleted those. Unless
I'm not finding it either.
Yeah.
That's the reasoning.
Wait, let's go up to FR 108. It might be there. FR 108, yeah. Informational note 1 is editorially relocated to following the parent text. Okay. And let's just do this. All right. See, where there's a will, there is a way. Okay, informational note number 1 and number 2 were relocated. IN number 1 was now follows 130.7 Charlie 15B. 130.7 Charlie 15B. That is 15B. Direct current equipment. Is relocated to the parent text of 130.7 Charlie 15. Okay, and both of them are is relocated to follow section 130.5b. So informational note number 1 now follows the parent text. Not R. Kelly. Welcome to the team. The parent now follows the parent text of 130.7 Charlie 15. Okay. And it's revised a little bit, but the other informational note, informational number 2, is relocated to follow section 130.5b. 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 Estimate of a likelihood and severity is what 130.5b is. I gotta be careful because I know we moved things around, but I'm gonna leave that 130. So 130.7 Charlie 15b, 15. The second informational note. In most cases, closed doors do not provide enough protection to eliminate the need for PPE in situations in which the state of the equipment is known to readily change, was relocated to the estimate of likelihood 130.5b. Let's take a look at 130.5b. Do not provide enough. Okay, yeah. That was moved, and that is the estimate of likelihood and severity. And I remember talking about that. All right, so they moved that to that section. All right. Let's go back to 130.7 Charlie 15. 130.7 Charlie 15. Okay, there we go. Informational notes 1 and 2 removed. I got those covered. Or modified to comply with the NEC style manuals. Okay, I'll take that out. All right. Now, if we keep scrolling, we get to the table 130.7. Okay, so now we didn't modify so the A table, which is what we all love because it's AC systems, arc flash PPE categories for alternating current AC systems. The table contents did not appear to have changed. The informational note was modified just to align with the style manual. So table 130.7 Charlie 15A is in its current state. But B received a little bit of love. Looks like storage batteries, DC switchboards, and other DC supply sources, parameters greater than or equal to 100 volts, etc., was deleted. They deleted the available fault current less than 4K row. They deleted the available fault current greater than or equal to 4K row. They deleted the available fault current greater than or equal to 7K. And they replaced that. No, they just deleted it. They didn't replace it. They deleted it. Why did they delete it? Inquiring minds want to know. Let's go to this. So there's where they deleted it. And their reasons were as follows. Existing informational notes. They don't have a reason in here. Let's check the ballotable detail. Let's look at the detail, FR 142. Recent test data indicates that the okay. Okay. It says recent test data indicates that the probability of sustaining an arc for 125 volt DC nominal systems is minimal for available fault currents less than 17,000 amps. Technical references support this change. Support this change include Connectrix report referenced in the informative annex D5-2. Let's look at the public input. The public input wanted to add an informational note. They didn't seek to delete anything. Oh wait, yes they did. They wanted to delete the 4K and less than 7K. They wanted to delete 7K and less than 15K. And their reasoning was, let's see, this is Cantor. New test data referenced below is clear and consistent that the arc flash hazard for 120 volt nominal systems is minimal for short circuit currents less than 17. Not R. Kelly. Yes, I'm on code making panels 2 and 10 for the National Electrical Code. I'm on 70B as well. So that's sort of my background. But nothing we talk about here has anything to do with those. I don't speak on behalf of NFPA. I do not speak on behalf of the NEC, on the Corlane Committee, on 70E Committee. Whatever comes out of here is developed up here, and it just comes out there. So these are all my opinions, and I'm just reading to you, and we're talking about the changes, all that jazz. Nobody's paying me to do this either. That's why I was asking for some donations for IAEI educational committee. So if you feel like you want to donate something to somebody somewhere or somehow, I put a link in the chat boxes for the Western Section Education Fund sponsor. I don't think I put that over there, so hold on. Copy link address. So if you feel like you want to, I just put it over there on that chat. So cool beans, thanks for joining. Okay, so I'm reading the substantiation from Mr. Cantor, who submitted the changes to Table 130.7 Charlie 15B. These are DC systems. He was seeking a new informational note. He's referencing the Department of Energy, Bonneville Power Administration. This is now, I'm not sure if all of this was accepted, but the argument that this gentleman is making is that new test data makes it clear and consistent that arc flash hazards for 120 volt nominal systems is minimal for short circuit currents less than 17,000 amps, and it covers most utility switchgear applications. The data also shows that there is no arc flash hazard for systems below 100 volts. Millions of dollars are wasted every year. This is his, he's on his soapbox. Millions of dollars are wasted every year for overprotection of personnel for arc flash hazards for 120 volts and below battery systems. The overprotection can lead to other safety issues. And what is he talking about there? If you overdress, so let's say that I'm not sure what the calories are for this panel board, and I just say it's 40 calories, and I require you to get into a 40 cal outfit when you don't need it. 40 cal outfits are clumsy, right? They're big, the gloves are heavy, the gloves are big. Also, if it's a very hot environment, if you don't have the temperature and whatnot, or the cooling going on, you'll get nice and warm. And if I wore it just before you, and I was hot and sweaty, and now you're wearing my suit, that's just a problem unto itself. So he's saying that the overprotection can lead to other safety issues and cause personnel to ignore more prevalent hazards with battery systems. The data is clear, he says. There are two separate reports reaching the same conclusion of a 750,000 estimated stationary battery installations in the U.S. The vast majority of those systems are at or below 120 volts. The change will improve safety and be consistent with data. Follow the science. I'm just saying. My recommendation for this table, yes, NX, if you put your arc flash suit on and your pants, your drawers fall down underneath, then yeah, that's a problem. You need to be layered, and it all has to be working together as a system. My recommendation for this table may not be the best landing spot to state the information. This is him saying this. This is William Cantor from TPI Corporation. He's been in the stationary battery business for over 30 years and have been a part of the IEEE Energy Storage and Stationary Battery Committee for 30 years. As a committee, they researched over the years to find one documented case of a DC arc flash for any system under 150 volts. They searched the OSHA databases. They asked for examples at many large battery conferences. And it sounds like they haven't found anything. Turned out to be an arcing. They found, it says there were many cases where someone claimed they were involved in a DC arc flash, but in every case, it turned out to be an arcing issue that someone received thermal burns or was injured by molten metal. And that can happen on a 2-volt cell, but it is not an arc flash. All right, so, and then he has two references, Department of Energy and then low voltage 100 volt DC. And the panel, it looks like they agreed with them. They said recent test data indicates that the probability of sustaining an arc for 125 volt DC nominal systems is minimal. For available fault currents less than 17,000 amps. Technical references support the change include Connectrix report referenced in informational Annex D52, and those listed in new informational note number 3. Fiberglass undies with rubber elastic bands. That is a good thing, not R. Kelly. Chris Follin says it looks like the original was to delete several and add one that stated that none for PPE category for less than 17K, but I do not see that that added to the table, just the deletions. Yeah, so I agree with you, Chris. It looks like what he was looking for is in the equipment table where it says storage batteries, DC switchboards, and other DC. Now I'm on the 2020 side. So hopefully you've got your 70E book. If you don't have your 70E book, you came unprepared. Okay, so I'm on page 70E-36. You can also see the latest version of 70E online for free at the NFPA website. So it says storage batteries, DC switchboards, or other. So this is the equipment rated 100 volts and less than or equal to 150 volts, minimum working distance. That's what he was looking for. And then he modified the 4K to be 17K. And then he deleted available fault currents greater than or equal to 4K but less than 7, because 17 it's 17 and above. So you didn't need the next two line items. That's the change that he suggested. What the code panel did was, drum roll please. Oh, I see what they did. Okay, so they deleted the top portion of the table, but in the bottom portion for storage batteries, DC switchboards, and other DC sources, parameters greater than 250 volts, they said 150 volts, and less than or equal to 600 volts. So they changed the 250 to 150. They lowered that number. And they didn't change anything else. Well, that's interesting. They just deleted that whole top portion. All right. Here's what I am. Good afternoon, Arvin Salvador. Here's what I am going to do for all of you out there in Tube land and in Facebook land and in LinkedIn land. It is the middle of the program. We are at the mid section. If you were here at the beginning, you got there's the beginning. There's the middle Mentimeter code that you need, 18562875. So go to menti.com. You go to www.menti.com, just like you did in the very beginning, and you type in 18562875. There's going to be like 3 questions there. This is the mid-level check. So if you've done the first one, you'll do this one, and then we're going to do one towards the end. And if you do all 3 of those, I'll give you a 2-hour PDA. And we're going to do the same thing for the National Electrical Code, and we're going to do the same thing for 70B. So while you got that code on the screen, yes, it seems like these limits are determined by testing. How else could you know? You're exactly right. The data that you have, most of the data here, outside of the table method, but this data is being driven by the test data on the DC side, and they're saying this is what's bothering me. They lowered the 150. I think it's like opposite of what this guy wanted. Let's look at the FR again. Let's look at I think it was the detail. Recent data probability. So let's take a look at his public input. What was he looking for? He wanted to change it to 150 volts. He wanted to change available fault current less than 17,000 amps and say none. That you did not have to have a PPE category. You didn't have to wear anything. Less than 17K. And he didn't change. Oh, he changed 150 volts. I think I know why. Okay, you know why? I got it. Okay, so if you look at your book on 130.7 Charlie 15B, the bottom half of the table, let's look at A. Look at A. A goes available fault current less than 4K, tells you you're in the arc flash PP category 2. Available fault current from 4 to 7K. Hold on. I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. All right, we got David Engelhardt coming in. So the available fault current greater than or equal to 4K and less than 7K is PPE category 2. And then available fault current greater than or equal to 7K and less than 15K is a PPE category 3. Well, this gentleman gave data that says, look, if it's less than 17K available, then you don't need anything. Well, this only goes up to 15K. And he's saying no PP is necessary, so they just deleted that top half. And then what they did was they went down to the bottom and they modified. I hope you guys are typing this up because I got to put this in the Word document. And then they went down and modified storage batteries greater than 150 volts. Because remember, the submitter said if it was 150 volts or less, 17,000 and less, you don't need PPE. So they start this table at 150 volts and greater than 150 volts and less than or equal to 600 volts. So they're saying if you've got less than 150 volts, because there's no PPE category, there's no PPE required for less than 150 volts. And then if you get what they're missing, I'll tell you what they're missing. If I have fault current greater than 17,000, this is the issue, Chris. Willie Snyder. Here's the issue. They changed. All right, let me get my Word document back up here. Where is it? I already did the mid cycle. There it is. So here's what they did. They so I think they have to make a change, and my change is, my thoughts are, the submitter said, bear with me. What's the submitter telling us? The submitter is telling us that for voltages above 150 volts nominal. No, it says for 120 volt systems is minimal for short circuits less than 17,000. So if I have a 120 volt system that has 25,000 amps of fault current, that's outside of what this gentleman was talking about. And that's no longer addressed in this table. So let's just summarize this. After all of this talking, painful talking, normal text, I'm going to say table 130.7 Charlie 15 B was modified, removing the first 4 rows of data, 4 rows that addressed storage batteries, switchboards, and other supply sources greater than or equal to 100 volts and less than or equal to 250 volts. Thank you, David. You're fixing as I go. So it's removed the first that addressed this. Okay, so then they modified the lower portion of the table with a new lower threshold, I believe, of 100 volts, 150 volts, instead of 250 volts. So that's what they did. Now, but the problem is, so now they go down to 250 volts, but if I have a 120 volt system, DC, and I've got 65,000 amps, well, they still didn't even address it above because it said less than 15,000 amps. So 15K was the upper limit, and 10K is the upper limit for the bottom portion. So they haven't missed anything. They haven't missed anything. So that's what they did. I'm going to hit accept. Thank you, David. Making some fixes. All right. So it was modified, removing the first 4 rows that address storage batteries, and then the submitter showed data. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to take this. Showed test data. Stop. And you know what I got to do? I got to set another alarm because I will continue on with this and we won't even touch the National Electrical Code if I don't set another alarm for 1 o'clock. Edit. Nope. Yep. Edit. I'm going to add 1 o'clock p.m. Save. Oh no. 112. Edit. I don't want 112. I want 1 o'clock. Save. All right. That'll ring again at 1 o'clock. Okay, so now we have the submitter showed test data. Control C. Control V. Whoop. Delete. And I am going to do this. Oops, Daisy. Normal text. Showed test data that the arc flash hazard for 120 volt nominal systems is minimal for short circuit currents less than 17,000 amps. Period. The data also shows that there is no arc flash hazard for systems below 100 volts. Millions of dollars. Well, I'm not going to put that stuff in there. All right. Whoop. Whoopa, whoopa. Okay. 100 volts. And I'm going to take this down to here, delete, down to there and delete. I don't know why that's there. I don't know how to delete it. And I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to say the other thing that they did was they added references, right? Technical references. I apologize for my sniffling. Technical references support this change include Kinetrix report, informative annex D52, and those listed in new informational note number 3. So we should go to informational note number 3. See what that says. There it is. Oh, wait, nope, wrong table. There we go. Informational note number 3. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop? 3. Informational note number 3 references 3 references. Arc flash hazard station batteries. Department of Energy, Bonneville. And then, all right. So I like what they did. I like it. Okay. All right. And then another thing they did. All right. So that's what they did there for the table. And I think I get it now. And Chris Folland, he's on cue. He gets it. David Englehart's in there making modifications. Thank you very much. All right. So the other thing they changed in the notes for this table, also modified in the notes for table 130.7 Charlie 15B. Also modified the note 2. Modified note 2. Note 2 for table 130. Charlie 15B. Note 2. It's a paren 2. Informational note number 1. Informational note number 1 now points the user to D.5 for the basis for table values and alternative methods to determine DC incident energy. Methods should be used with good engineering judgment. D5. And D5 is, I believe that is Informative Annex D. And if you go to Informative Annex D, D5 is direct current incident energy calculations. They have the maximum power method. They got the detailed arcing current and energy calculation method, and then they have D5.3 short circuit current, determination of short circuit current. All right. And all they did, that is modified. Yep. Informational note number 1. Thank you, David. I'm going to say this was modified to align with the any National Electrical Code style manual. And I'm going to fix this one to national. All right. All right. So that looks like the major changes on the DC side of the business. And that's all we have to say about C. So I feel pretty comfortable now in that I think I understand where they're coming from on that one. Technical references also modified. All right. D, protective equipment. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
D1 and 2 both looks like they're just trying to clarify things for style manual. Yeah, it's style manual stuff. I'll just note that it'll be the other protective equipment. Simple informational notes. Style manual changes. And that's all I have to say about that. And E is about the same thing, really. For a list of examples, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. I'll do that for E. Control C and Control V. So E
E, standards for other protective equipment. And these are heading 4, and this is a heading 4. Super Saturday. Millie Snyder likes the good engineering judgment. And I'll tell you what, there's you need to use some engineering judgment when you're doing, especially arc flash calculations. I'm telling you, it's a must. Super Saturday. You know, I told Bobby Joe I need to get someone who can do vocals like that, and we can do Super Saturday. I can press a button. All right.
Wait a minute, I'm eating. I think you're tickling my ears.
I'm tickling your ears.
Super Saturday.
Super Saturday. Oh my gosh.
Can you tell I'm paying attention now that I'm here?
Yes, thank you. Excellent. All right. So in 130.8 is other precautions for personnel activities. What do we got? Gotta jump. Hey, you better dial back in later, Frank. Remember, this is a social. This is Super Saturday. You can dial in, you can dial out anytime you want. All right.
Jay has more things for clarity with the manual.
Well, why did I go to O? Okay, so yeah, so I went to O. Okay, J. J is occasional use of flammable materials. And this is style manual changes.
Right.
Yep, and I'm going to take copy from this, Control C, Control V. And I'm going to make that a, what is that supposed to be? A heading 3. Heading 3. All right. And then M. Oh, M looks like it's got some love.
M, they're talking about taking out repetitive and
so what is this? So M is reclosing circuits after protective device operation. So that means if I have a circuit breaker open, or if I say I manually open it, or if I automatically, but let's read what it says. After a circuit is de-energized by the automatic operation of a circuit protective device, so whether it be a fuse or a breaker, the circuit shall not be manually re-energized until they took out, it has been determined that, and they said a qualified person or persons determines the equipment and circuit can be safely energized. Interesting. And it says, I remember this discussion at the panel, the repetitive manual reclosing. And it says manually reclosing circuit breakers or re-energizing circuits through replaced fuses shall be prohibited until the fault has been cleared. And the reason they took out the words repetitive is they said the very first time you close that breaker, it's not the first act of closing it is ungood if you have not cleared the fault. So it's not that it can't be repetitive, meaning, well, I'm going to try this 3 or 4 times. That's repetitive. No, it's the very first time. So emphasis is being made that the reason. Yeah, you're right, Felix. It's after a trip. You're right. Be made that the reason that a circuit breaker that an OCPD opens must be addressed before any reclosing of that OCPD. The words repetitive, manual reclosing was changed to manually reclosing. circuit breakers or re-energizing circuits through replaced fuses. The fault must be cleared before we close into the circuit. We energize the circuit. Yep. And emphasis, in addition, an emphasis on qualified person or persons determining the equipment can be safely energized is being made as well. A qualified person is important as they will have the skills necessary to determine when the circuit can be re-energized. Right. And a qualified person, it's important too, I think, to understand that it's not just that you're qualified in understanding what a switch is or what a circuit breaker is or how to flip a circuit breaker on and off. You need to be qualified on the entire system. You need to understand you can't bring a third-party guy in and think that, well, he's going to get this back up and running again. He's going to energize this circuit, because they have to figure out what the problem was, where it was, and then how to clear that fault, and then know that we can re-energize it. So it's not the qualification on the overcurrent device, it's the qualifications on understanding how to clear that fault, wherever it would be. Yeah, and NHZX boy says the first time is the most dangerous. Thereafter, have cautious faith. Do resistance checks before that first closing. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Yeah, and it's a commissioning thing. Yeah, and Robert from Omaha, you got a good point that when a circuit breaker or a fuse trips, you've got to figure out, was it a short circuit? Was it an overload? That helps you in your troubleshooting process. Or if you're from Canada, your troubleshooting process. Ooh, drinking from my Eaton cup. Everything tastes better in an Eaton cup. I don't know what it is. Something they put in there. It's the magic pixie dust. All right, so that's in M, reclosing. I think that's a heading 2. Nope. I believe it's a heading 3. Okay. Qualified persons. Qualified person or persons. And the. All right. M. That's enough for an M. Any questions on M? We're going to O.
So O was relocated from .7 where it shouldn't have been, and then some little tweaking for style manual to the informational notes.
Hold on. So 130.80 is the old 130.7E?
I believe so.
30.7. 130.7. 130.7. ABC. Oh, I'm gonna yawn. ABC. E. Alerting techniques. It sure is. So they took 130.80 alerting techniques is the old 130.7E, which was moved as part of the first draft to 130.8. Section 130.7 is titled personal. Okay, so section 130.7 is personal and other protective equipment. 130.8 is other precautions for personnel, and alerting techniques is a precaution. It's not personal or other protective equipment. So its place in 130.7 just wasn't right. The presence of a first level subdivision titled Alerting Techniques is not appropriate for this section. Alerting Techniques was moved to 130.8, which is titled Other Precautions. All right, so yep, there it is. All right, and then one informational note was modified. Thank you, David, for fixing that. Boy, I'll tell you what, this guy is awesome. Activity, lots of rooms for activities.
Just showing you I'm paying attention.
Ah, you're the man. What would I do without you? Don't know where I'd be. You're not just another editor. You're everything to me. Not sure if it is easily definable. So we got a comment that's talking about the qualified person is poorly defined. I even question as an engineer if I'm qualified, yet I know what I'm working with mainly because I designed it. So, you know, and I've told people this before, they'll say, well, you're a PE, you should know. No, I have my PE license. I have an area of expertise. If you, for example, if you have a power distribution system, you're talking transformers, conductors, yeah, you're in my wheelhouse. You start talking about the motherboard inside of a computer and all the traces and how to solder on a motherboard, that's not me. I can't do that. So that's outside of my wheelhouse. So as engineers and as individuals, we have to understand our own capabilities and our limitations.
And that's what kind of gets me. Sometimes some engineers will try and do things that they have absolutely no clue what the heck they're doing or sealing up, but they've got, you know, the what do you call oh shoot, what is it? What are they called?
They got the license or the qualifications?
No, the interns.
Oh, the interns. Yeah.
The interns. And then, you know, I looked at colleges to be, you know, for the engineering, electrical engineering, and you got to learn all this circuitry, all this electronic circuitry that I have no interest in learning. So that's what kind of kept me from, you know, going to college for engineering. Yeah.
Whatever.
But sorry, my apology for that tangent, but
no worries. No, that's it came up. So, and it's, you know, Ryan Jackson says he likes he says that nobody's qualified for everything and he likes the definition as is. And it very well could be the definition is perfectly fine. And a lot of people just may not be happy with what the definition says. So, but yeah, it's, it is a point of discussion. It sure is. All right, so you know what I'm looking at? Okay, so we know what O did, and they changed. Let's see what they did. They just moved it all over, and I don't think they changed the language in each of those subdivisions. But now let's take a look at P. Oh, they moved P in as well. So P is lookalike equipment. 130.8 P is the old 130.7 F, and again, it does not align with the title of the section in 130.7. It's more appropriate for 130.8, other precautions for personal activities.
Yeah, just relocated really.
Yeah, and and there was no informational note or anything. They just moved it over, and that's and you know what's funny is I wonder how many cycles it was there and nobody really noticed it. Okay, so that is all of 130.8. I don't see anything else in 130.8. We're moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and germs.
No change in 9 and 10, so go right to 11.
Wow, no changes in 9 and 10. We're going to 130.11 because it goes to 11. Control V, 130.11 is...
They're changing some of the words editorially.
Okay.
To be consistent with 120.5.
All right. So editorial changes to be consistent with 120 with section 120.5.
Yes.
And what is 120.5? 120.5 is, the drum roll please, process for establishing and verifying an electrically safe work condition? I guess. Oh, yeah. So it says before cutting or drilling. So this section deals with what needs to be done before cutting or drilling into equipment, floors, walls, or structural elements where a likelihood of contacting energized equipment exists. 3 items are identified, and items 2 and 3 were modified for clarity and consistency with 120.5. Perfect. And 2 says establish and verify an electrically safe work condition. So you don't create an electrically safe work condition, you establish it and then you verify it. And 3 says identify safe working practices, risk control methods, additional protective measures, and any required shock or arc flash PPE. So they made that a more complete to align with everything that's identified in 120.5. I like it. All right, let's just look at what they said in the FR. Yeah, consistent with 120.5. All right. And I wonder who put that in. Let's see who submitted this one. Mark Christian. I know Mark. He's a Dalwhinnie drinker, I think. And Mark plays the mandolin, I believe. He's very good on strings. Just a tidbit of information that you didn't really care about. All right, so that's 130.8. That's 130.11. And we were out of 130? No, what about 12?
No, 12 is another input by Mark.
Oh, really?
To clarify some wording and then adding an informational note too.
Okay.
Wants to align this with other parts of the 70E.
Cutting. He must be into cutting, removing, or David is late with 2 additions. David is late with 2 additions. I'm not sure what that is. Cutting, removing, or rerouting of electrical conductors and circuit parts. That's a change in the title. Right? So we have a title change. Maintenance of condition for period of work critical also. Absolutely. Mr. Robert from Omaha. Okay, so title of this section was changed. Let's read his, this is Mr. Let's read his public input. The revision revises the requirement to parallel the text of other 70 requirements, such as in 110.2 and 110.3, where the phrase electrical conductors and circuit parts is used. The requirement is also revised to include any work that occurs where an electrically safe work condition has not been established, not only cutting, removing, or rerouting conductors. In addition, an additional informational note is added to provide the critical distinction that de-energizing, as used in 110.12, is clearly not the same as electrical conductors and circuit parts being under a lockout tagout or an electrically safe work condition being established. That is so true. 120.4b1 as an example of de-energizing being one step in lockout tagout procedures. Also, see 1910-330b1, 1910, that's OSHA regulations from 29 CFR Part 1910, where it states in part that conductors and parts of electric equipment that have been de-energized but have not been locked out or tagged in accordance with paragraph B of this section shall be treated as energized parts, and Part C of this section applies to work on or near them. This essentially means that de-energized electrical conductors and circuit parts must be treated as energized electrical conductors and circuit parts if they are merely de-energized and not locked out or tagged out. That is so true. And you know what I do? I tell everybody, and I say this because I have to be diligent with myself, because I was one that would tell people de-energize it. So you have to use the words establish an electrically safe work condition. That, I think, is a very important piece of the pie. Establish an electrically safe work condition, not turn it off. I've heard people say, well, what's your safe work practices? We turn it off. Okay. I don't know what's in your mind if you are doing everything that you need to do to establish an electrically safe work condition, which is lock and tag it out, and then verify absence of voltage. All of that is a process. So he is the man. I'm very happy he put that in. All right, 110.12. So they added a new informational note. Lockout, tag out procedures and establishing. Let's see if they did everything he wanted. Yes, they did. All right, good job, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian. There's a song, isn't it like that? Chris Folan says, why the word verify? That is in the definition electrically safe work condition. It is not an electrically safe work condition if not verified. I would say, Chris, yeah. If you don't verify, let's look. Is there an electrically safe work condition? The definition says a state in which an electrical conductor or circuit part has been disconnected from energized parts, locked and tagged in accordance with established standards, tested to verify the absence of voltage, and, if necessary, temporarily grounded for personnel protection. So I think what your point is, and you might be right. So it's when you say an electrically safe work condition, it includes everything. So 130.12 says where electrical conductors and circuit parts are de-energized in order to cut, remove, reroute, otherwise work on them, and the conductor terminations or circuit parts are not within sight of the point of work, such as where the electrical conductors or circuit parts are remote from the source of supply in a junction box or pull box. Additional steps to verify absence of voltage or identify the electrical conductors. Okay, so it doesn't use the word establish an electrically safe work condition. So you would have to put the verify in here. You have to verify absence of voltage to make sure that that you've established that, because you have to do all of that and then you have to verify. Now let's take a look. You mentioned 130.11. Chris Folan did. He says before cutting equipment flows or structural elements, likelihood of contacting energized electrical lines, parts, the employer shall perform a risk assessment and do the following. 1, identify and mark the location of conductors. 2, establish. You're right. Establish an electrically safe work condition. Verify should not be in that sentence. Well, okay. You know what we're going to do? This is good. Public comment. Public comment. Mr. Foland. You, my friend, are correct. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to put this into normal text. Control B, public comment. I'm going to delete, establish, verify, and where's the PPE? And PPE to be used. Okay. All right. So this is the current language. And verify needs to come out. Now, the question is, how do I strike text? Format, text, strike through. There it is. Oh, and then what we'll do is we'll do format, text, How do I change the color? There it is. Okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Make it red. Okay. Establish an electrically safe work condition. And this is what I'll do. I'm going to add a comment. I'm going to just say substantiation. See the definition of an electrically safe work condition. The verification process is already a part of the definition and is not appropriate to be located here. And comment. All right, so we got our substantiation. If it's never been energized, isn't that verified? No, you still have to verify. Trust. Put it this way: I have a rifle. I hand you a gun. I tell you it's brand new. I just got it out of the store. It's new in the box. And you pick up the pistol or rifle. What's the first thing you always do? You check to make sure it's not loaded. That is the first step in any piece of safety. Don't ever trust what other people tell you. Don't trust anything. Test presence of voltage. The presence of energy potential was never present. I don't know. Billy, I would say, now, if I'm looking at a transformer sitting out in the parking lot and it's obvious there's nothing connected to it, that's a different story. If I'm in a power distribution system and I have a panel board and we say energy's never been there, I agree with you, Chris. Prove it. You've got to prove it. I would rather go through a process and say with the thought process I don't need to do this, than go, oh crap, I wish I would have. Remember, you can't see electricity, right? Ain't gonna see it. 1,000 points of light. All right, so better safe than sorry. Don't trust your mother is the safety saying. Don't trust your mother. That's a good one. I like that, Robert. Don't even trust your mother. Jeez, oh man. Okay, so we are, I believe, out of 130. And that was a really good exercise. Thank you to, who was that? Chris Foland. Thank you. That's going to be a public comment, brother. And I'm going to put your name over here. How do I edit? Edit. Chris Foland rocks the house. I got to be able to figure out how to give you virtual stars. We're in chapter 2. Would you agree, Mr. Fromand?
Yes.
Froming? I called you Fromand.
Yes, you did. I've been called worse.
Been called worse by less. Okay, so that puts a close on chapter 1. Hopefully, I put chapters in this book. Introduction, Article 90. Article 110. Okay, I just stopped at the article numbers, so. All right, Article 130. That is heading 1. And we are going to chapter 2. Control Enter. Article 200 is called, well, Introduction?
Yeah, it didn't have a scope apparently. So we needed to add a scope because it didn't have one.
All right, and remember, we're in chapter 2, which deals with safety-related maintenance requirements. And I'm not going to make that the title. I'm going to make it heading 1, and I'm going to make this heading 2. So we're in safety-related maintenance requirements, which aligns with 70B. And I know there's a lot of discussion on duplicity, right? And we talk about this from a National Electrical Code perspective as well. But this should be, when you're performing maintenance, electrical safety for those processes. All right, so chapter 2, 200.1 is the scope. Wait a second. 200. I love it. There's only one section in 200 on Article 200.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so 200.1 already has a scope. Oh, this is the scope for the chapter. It says Chapter 2 addresses the requirements that follow.
Yeah, and then there's a new informational note, or the informational note was revised.
And that's all. So that was revised. So the nothing in the scope changed. The only thing that changes is the informational note. And let's see what the FR says. I think, yeah, that's all it does. Okay, so informational note. Informational note was modified to align with style manual. All right, and then we go to Article 205.
Yeah, that adds a scope.
Yeah. General maintenance requirements. 205.1 scope. This is a new section, and to align with the requirements of the style manual. And that's okay. That's heading 2, I think. No, that's heading 3. Because this is heading 2, this is heading 3. And nope, Article 205 is heading 2, and then the sections are heading 3. This is a new section to align with the style manual. Okay, 205. And the article covers general safety-related maintenance practices. It tells us that Article 205 includes general safety-related maintenance practices, requirements for electrical equipment. You know what? I don't like that scope statement either. It's not practice. It's for when you're working on electrical equipment. It's not for the electrical equipment doesn't do maintenance. It's for the electrical worker. I got to figure out. This is a good area for a comment. Possible comment to clarify. It's general safety related maintenance practices when working on electrical equipment. When working on electrical equipment. It's not for the electrical equipment. It's not for the electrical equipment. So I think that's a good area for possible.
There were 2 public inputs, and neither one of them were exactly the same wording that came out of it by the committee. The other ones talked about qualified persons as well, I think.
Yeah, so so this one here from Louis Barrios, he says this article contains general safety-related maintenance practices for electrical equipment. It's not for electrical equipment. It's for the electrical worker. When performing maintenance on electrical equipment, and let's take a look at the other one. This one was from who? This is from Nika. This article covers general maintenance requirements and testing that are performed by qualified persons. Look at that. Nika got it right. I like that. Yes, that is much better. Control C. Okay, I'm going to say reference Nika's public input wording, which is much better written. Control V. This article covers general maintenance. I think it's important that it's for the qualified person and that's doing the work, not for the equipment.
Yeah, and the committee statement on why they didn't accept this particular version doesn't mention anything why they didn't use that wording.
Public comment, baby. I'm telling you. And this is why we do this too. Somebody else made a comment. They told me you can't talk about changes yet because it's too early. Well, no, you got to have this dialogue because this is how you generate public comments for the next phase. You got to have this dialogue. Awesome. David is back. Felix is watching Engelhard. He's keeping you on track, David. You got to watch it, buddy. Felix is on your butt. He's keeping you. He's like, you're falling behind. This article covers general safety-related maintenance practices and requirements for electrical equipment. All right, so they got a new scope. Now, did they have to change? So 205.
So everything got renumbered.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
So the next change doesn't come until 205.6.
Yep. Okay. So the sections within 205 were renumbered. So 205, and let me see if it's all. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, so all sections were bumped up one number. This will impact any reference documents, training, materials, electrical safety plans, and more. Check your references.
That's why it's good when you reference something in a letter. You don't put in the whole thing. You just say C205.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. When you start getting into specific sections, it can change. Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know.
I scrolled over on this one here. Okay. Mr. Tyler is back in the house. Thank you for joining. All right. QPs, qualified persons. QPs, check your Qs and Ps. Okay, so everything was moved up, and then spaces about
6. Yeah, the informational note was revised for the style manual.
205.6.
They had to put the wording in the back side instead of the front side.
Yep. Used to be 205.5. And now the informational note was modified to align with the style manual. Okay. Electrical. I'll tell you what, Mr. Frank Tyler, we have some suggested public comments already, and we are kicking butt. So thanks for joining us back again. All right. So then that was the only other change in Article 205.
Yep.
Okay.
We go to 210.1, the scope again.
Oh boy, 210. Here we go. Article 210. Article 210, which is substations, switchgear, assemblies, switchboards, panel boards, motor control centers, and disconnect switches. Okay. Whoops. That is a heading 2. Is that right? Yes, it is. Excuse me. 210.1 scope. Scope. The scope is on fire. New scope is added.
And then that changed the numbering, of course, for the rest of them.
This changes the numbers for the remainder sections within this article. All right, so the new scope says, drum roll, please. I need to get I need a button on my Stream Deck that has sound effects. Normal text.
Yeah. And you put in the Jeopardy theme on the other one. That's one I like.
Yeah. All right, this article covers specific safety-related maintenance practices for substations, switchgear assemblies, switchboards, panel boards, motor control centers, and disconnect switches. Oh my gosh, it's 1 o'clock. All right. Okay. I have to display the. Hold on. I have to display the final Mentimeter. Mentimeter.
This will basically take care of 210 anyway, so we can.
Okay, we'll stop on this one. I'm going to put this right next to the Mentimeter code. Mentimeter code is. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Hold on. Meetings. There you are. All right, Mentimeter. Mentimeter is 3156 9182. Go to www.menti.com. Type in 3156 9182. All right, so the scope. And it says this article covers specific safety-related maintenance practices for substations, switchgear assemblies, switchboards, panel boards, motor control centers, and disconnect switches. All right. And everything was renumbered, and that's Article 210. Wow.
That number doesn't work. 31569182.
3156 9182. Yeah, hold on. So this is Super Saturday Session 1 ending. Super Saturday. Oh, no, that's not right. That's not right. Hold on to your pantyhose there. Oh, wait a second. It is 3788 1249. 3788 1249. So 3788 1249. I'm going to hit save.
That works.
Yeah. Holy cow. So bear with me here. 1 minute. There we go. There's your Menti code. All right, and that's that really takes care of 210. So what we'll do next time, folks out there, Super Saturday. I just like saying Super Saturday.
Sunday.
Super Saturday.
There you go. You know what? I got to get you.
I just thought of the guy's name who does sound effects. Paul Abernathy.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to
get with him. See how he does his sound effects. Maybe.
Yeah. Jeez. So we're gonna go through. So we ended up on 240.2. Is it not 240?
210.
210. All right, 205, 210. So we'll go to 215, which is premises wiring, which looks like they just added a scope. That's the only change in 215. 220, we'll hit scope. That's the only thing they changed in 220. 225, scope. 230, scope. 235, scope. And maintenance shall be permitted to be exposed. We'll talk about that one. 240, 245, 250. Yeah, there's very minimal through chapter 2. Let's take a look at chapter 3. It sounds like a day at drag races. Yeah. Yeah, and chapter 3 didn't get a lot of love. They moved the definitions. But, yeah, there's some stuff in there. So chapter 3 should be fun. That's safety requirements for special equipment. That'll be fun. And then we'll look at the informative annexes and see what was changed there. So I think from a first draft on 70E, we've done a pretty good job in getting all the major changes. So, all right. So I'm going to see beginning how many people responded in the beginning to the Mentimeter. You know what I should do? Well, we're going to start with, okay, so for those of you who are That's right. So I don't know if anybody's.
Those of us that are in late.
Yeah, well, if you're in late, you're.
Yeah.
If you're, yeah. So the what I'm going to do now is we're starting the National Electrical Code changes, right? So this is the we're going to start with opening a new window. I got to put the beginning Mentimeter numbers for the next 2-hour session. 9828. All right, so that's the beginning. Let me do the mid as well. Where's the mid? So session 2 midpoint, open a new window. This is the middle. Okay. Oop. 9. That. 966, okay. And then I've got to do the end one for the 20, because we're going to go start talking 2020 code changes, or 2023 code changes. Session 2 end, open a new tab. Super Saturday. 9562. Whoop, I can't say it. Oh boy, man. I can't say these numbers out loud. Jeez, oh man. All right, so what I'll do is I am going to, I don't know why my computer is taking time to save these. All right, so that's the end, and hopefully everybody got that Mentimeter code for the end of the 2024 session, 3788-1249. I'm now going to start 2023, but we're going to take a, whoops.
Yeah, I was say, don't you have to let dogs out or something?
Yeah, well, you know what? Bobby Joe actually came back, so she's upstairs, so she's taking care of the doggies. And she's like, "Oh, guess what? I'm back. I don't have to. It's a quicker meeting." And I'm like, "Well, my day's tied up. I'm sorry. I already committed." Oops. How do I stop that? Okay. Yeah, gummit. I got to get this back again. Save. Present. All right. So 70. So there. Oops. I've got the Mentimeter code for the national. Oh, yeah. While we're doing that, so I have that code up, I believe. Yes. So this is the beginning for the 2023 code changes. So Broncos was not an answer. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm going to see if I can bring up the Mentimeter and see who got what right and wrong. So let's go to Session 1 beginning. Session 1 beginning. How do I view results? I forget how. Is it share? No, present. There it is. Okay, so how do I exit? True and false. Okay, so the first question was chapters 1 through 4 apply generally, and chapters, how do I get this over there? How do I get this over there? Over here. Here we go. Here it is. So this was the questions to the first session. Chapters 1 through 4 apply generally, and chapters 1 through 7 can modify chapters 1 through 8. 3 people said true, 2 people said false. And the correct answer was true. Chapters 1 through 4 and chapters 1 through 7, it's false. The right answer is false. And the reason is because it's chapters 5 through 7, right? So 8 does not modify chapters. 8 doesn't modify anything, right?
Chapter 8 stands on its own.
Exactly. That's the words I was looking for. Chapter 8 stands on its own. All right. So what's the next question? A ground fault circuit interrupter is listed to the following standard: UL 943, UL 1053. So 3 people said 943 and 2 people said 1053, and it is UL 943. Not 1053 is ground fault protection of equipment. Keep that in mind.
Hey, Tom, I didn't get. Was that presented at the very beginning at 11
Yes.
o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't get none of those. I did get the questions at the end of the 70E session, though, in the Mentimeter.
You didn't get the mid ones. See,
I probably won't apply to me because I came in late or what.
You came in late, buddy. I'm telling you.
Will I get any credit for this?
I don't know. Maybe.
So if I did the Mentimeter here at the end at 1 o'clock here at the end of 70E, then will the clock start then?
Yeah, well, yeah. So I just put the code up for the National Electrical Code one for the second session as well. Fill that one out.
Where?
That is, now you're on, I put it in the chat box for you guys. The Mentum, yep, go to menti.com and 3156. 3156-9182.
Yeah, you didn't.
Oh, wait a second. No, the new one. I'm sorry. The new one. I apologize. 2808. Here it is. Okay, so.
You didn't put it in the Google.
For NEC 2023 changes, it is Menti code is 2808, and it's 9828. There you go. And the questions I'm showing here are from the opening session. Okay, so the National Electrical Code is an installation requirement. It's not light reading for the evening. All right.
What do you mean?
All right. Then that was those were the questions for that one. So now let's do let's take a look at the mid one, right? So the midpoint, open in a new window, and we'll do present, escape. All right. So let's present Super Saturday. All right. Enter your information. Chapters 1 through 4 apply generally, and chapters 5 through 7 may modify or amend chapters 1 through 7. How does that sound? True or false? That, I believe, is a true statement, because 5 through 7 can modify 1 through 7, and 1 through 4 apply generally. So that one is true. NEC 2023 definitions can be found where? Only in Article 100. That's applicable to this next session. In Article 100 and .2, one person. Sorry about that. Thanks for trying. Try the veal. We'll send you a set of Jinso steak knives. On a new installation, it is not permitted to exceed the requirements of the NEC. That is false, and everybody got that one right. Good job. You can exceed the requirements of the NEC. Okay, Super Saturday. And then let's take a look at the ending. Session 1 end. Open in a new window. All right, let's bring this one up and hit present. Whoops. We don't want to hide that Mentimeter code. Uh-oh, got someone knocking at the door. You keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Don Gannier is coming in. All right, so this was Super Saturday at the end. Here we go. The ability of an OCPD to stop high fault currents from flowing is called the short circuit current rating or interrupting rating. And the correct answer is interrupting rating. The short circuit current rating is the ability to withstand, to let current flow through it. That's the short circuit current rating. And the ability to stop a fault current is the interrupting rating. So those 3 individuals who answered short circuit current rating, come on back again. You might get the next one. Which of the following does not have a short circuit current rating? Terminal blocks, panel boards, fuses, busway. Fuse. The fuse is an overcurrent device. The only thing that the fuse has is an interrupting rating. So the right answer is fuse. And the only answer is fuse. Panel boards have a short circuit current rating. Terminal blocks have a short circuit current rating. Busway has a short circuit current rating. Remember, current will pass through that equipment. They have to hold it together, and their short circuit current rating must be higher than the available fault current that will pass through it. And then finally, your favorite football team, Pittsburgh Steelers, number 1. Excellent. You guys are good. That's good. You guys are good. You guys know you're now, unless it exceeds the maximum requirement. Unless it who has a washed up quarterback? Oh, he's retiring. Chris, come on. Unless it exceeds the maximum requirement. I'm not sure what that is. Okay, so those were the questions, and now we have the new Mentimeter, which is displayed on the screen right down below, 2808-9828. That begins this next session, and it's 1:16, so I'm not even getting up. We are going to start it. All right, so while
I gotta go take a break for a minute.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I've got to get the file up anyway, so I'm going to open the file, and I have to close this one. So I'm going to get out of 70E. First of all, I'm going to get out of 70E on, what's it called?
We're at 700.12.
So, I thought you were going to, okay, nfpa.org/70. All right. Now, TerraView, leave. So I'm going into Terra. To Terra. First draft. Oh, so here's what I do is, and everybody else out there, you can view the first draft report. If you go to TerraView, if you go to www.nfpa.70, nfpa.org.70, I'm leaving the Mentimeter code up there just so you have it. If you go to www.nfpa.org/70, you'll get to this page. Then, if you click on Next Edition, not the new edition, that's a band. If you go to Next Edition, you know what? NFPA should have a band. They should have like a rock group, and they should call them the Next Edition. I got to talk to Jeff Sargent about that. And you'll see where it says First Draft Report. You can click that and access the First Draft Report. And that will give you, obviously, the First Draft Report. And if you also, see, I screwed up. Go back. You probably aren't going to be able to see the public comments. That's for committee members right now because it's not published yet. So that would be the second draft report. So I have both of those open here. I will have the Word document open. You can view the first draft. And also, if you don't have your copy, which I got to get mine, you should have your copy of the 2020 code book in front of you. Okay. If you don't have your copy of the 2020 code book, you can see it for free. I'm coming apart at the seams. You can see it for free on the NFPA's website by either going into NFPA link, and the NFPA link is not free, but you can, I would highly recommend that you guys get on an NFPA link. Excellent option. Or you can go to current and prior editions and free access. This is what you're looking for. Free access. Free access will get you to the National Electrical Code. It's completely free. You will have to log in, but the login is free. And then you can view the 2020 code because we're going to be looking at 2023 code changes. And we're starting in Article 700. Anyway. All right. So hopefully you have your thingy-me-bobs there. I'm going to go to my Google Drive, and I am going to go to the National Electrical Code, NEC 2023 code changes. I'm going to take that off because we don't need that, at least right now. That all was wrong. All right. So, and for all of you who have not been here before and have not been a part of this process, Willie Snyder, if you can exceed the requirements of the NEC. For the question, if you can exceed the requirements of the NEC, unless it exceeds the maximum requirement. Show me a maximum requirement. I'm not sure. I think I know what you're talking about. Like if it says maximum overcurrent protective device, you can't go above that maximum overcurrent protective device. You can't exceed the maximum values. You can exceed the protection provision. So you can put GFCI where it's not required. You can increase the conductor size beyond the minimum requirements, things like that. Good point. Very good point, Willie. This document is an online living NEC 2023 code change report based on the 2023 code cycle. I am trying to develop code changes, and I'm doing it in a social way, part of the technical social distancing network. I will also remind there may be people watching right now that weren't here. The IAEI Western section is ready for registration. So register for the IAEI Western section meeting. Control V, I put the link to it. I'll give it to you here. Control V, this is what you'll find in that link when I put that in. This is the Western section meeting. It is going to be 19 continuing educational units. It's not going to be virtual. I am going to take my virtual equipment with me, and we will do some chats there, but it's not, this is an in-person meeting from the 18th to the 21st. We're going to have Mr. Larry Ayer there, Core Lane Committee Chair, kicking us off with David Williams. We're going to go through NEC 2023 code changes. We're going to have every code panel, 1 through 18, represented with representatives from those code panels presenting the changes the significant changes on each code making panel. We'll be using IAEI presentation materials. And this is, I tell you what, this is going to be a big event. And I'm telling you to get registered now because the hotel space is probably going to fill up quick. So make sure you get registered. All right. It's going to be in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The tickets, you can click on tickets and purchase your membership. If you're an early bird member, if you're a non-IAEI member, you can register a guest and all that jazz. So I'm putting that link out there. In addition, we are also looking for sponsors. So if you want to sponsor, what did I call it? Sponsor the educational committee for the Western section. You can contribute funding to help the Western section education committee. I just put the link in for that. I think the minimum that we have, and I can lower it even more. If somebody says, hey, I just wanted to contribute $5, we'll take $5 too. I'll take it all. Maybe I'll add that later, but we start right now at 20 and we move up. So if you're with a company, an organization, and you want to be recognized, we will recognize those who contribute to the Education Committee Fund. We will be using those dollars to help our continuing education for the electrical industry as part of the IAEI Western section. So if you have a heart, if I'm doing this session today, I'm providing professional development hours, which, it's just basically saying you were here and this was our content. I will be delivering those for you. I'm not charging for this. If you want to help the IAEI, this is one way to do it, and we could use your support for the Western Section Education Committee. Chris Folan says, it looks like the original was to delete several and add, I scrolled up, that's why. All right, so we're going to move into NEC 2023 code changes. And we've gone through a lot of sections in here, and I will, I got to figure out a way, because right now, this Word document, if you've gone out to thomasdimitrovich.com, if you've gone out to here, I've got all my links to social media and Dimitrovich Unplugged. I'm going to have special sessions on that one. Jeff Sargent gave me that idea. I'm working on the graphic, and I got to find a video person who can animate this for me. But Dimitrovich Unplugged, we're going to have those sessions as well. But if you go to resources, you will see a register, members only registration. You can register, and if you want, what I do with that, when you register here, I put you on my gold member list. It's free. I send an email out about these notifications. I provide the document link to this Word document, and you would be listed as a editor, so to speak. So you can contributor or whatever. You can make notes and modifications or add suggested additions, whatever, and be a part of the process. And if you want your name listed, you can put it on the list. So I've got those who are helping and contributing. Please put your name on there. And then what we'll do, my plan, I believe, we're going to try to publish this thing. I don't know. I think we're going to try to publish it with the proceeds going to IAEI. That's sort of where my head's at right now. I'm doing my research with Amazon and how to put this into a book format. So this whole year, we are going to be working on this document as well as the other one that we just got off of. And my thoughts and hopes are that we will be able to publish this at the end of the year. That's where my head's at. Manual style information is right up in the front. So if you want access, and once you have edited, I believe you can download this too, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so we're in chapter 7 is where we're at. And we're in Article 700. Article 700. Here we go. And I believe we were in 700.8 was surge. Nope, 700.10 actually. Oh, we're in part 2. Part 2 circuit wiring. 700.10. And we got, okay. We talked about the wiring in a traveling to an elevator, and I've got to get a picture, and I know I have some pictures of elevators. What happened? I don't know what happened. I've got to get some pictures of elevators and whatnot. So, and then we talked about 700.10. I'm going to pull it up over here for my folks on
12.
700.10. Oh, we're on 700.12. Okay, 700.10. We already talked about 700.11 wiring, class 2. So are we sure we're done with 700.11? 700.11 because it goes to 11.
D is you've already got notes in there a little bit about D.
So
that's the end of 11.
Oh yeah, that's 11 to 11. Yep, addresses physical protection. Class 2, okay, and some exceptions were provided. Wiring shall comply with the requirements of 300.4 and be installed in a raceway armored metal. So that's basically what we're doing here. Normal.
I still have a question about that. That just seems to contradict what we have earlier in 700.11. I mean, it looks like even if I'm using the class 2 cable, I still got to put it in a raceway or armored clad.
All right, so this says separation of, so we're in wiring class 2. This is class 2 powered emergency lighting systems. So you're saying, Dawn, that 700.11, we didn't have a 700.11. Wait a second. This is a whole new section. So where did this come from? Was this taken from somewhere else? Oh, this is your power limited power. So
this is all the Ethernet cables.
Right.
Telephone cable stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and your power over Ethernet, but yeah, this is all class.
Oh, yeah, I just call it telephone cable. It's all,
okay.
It's all telephone cable.
These are all your class 2 powered circuits. So, and what's the limitations on a class 2? What's the voltages? Where do we? That's 700. Where do I get the class 2? Find the information on class 2. That's 725, right? And the limits are right there. Limits are in 725, Article 725. And so what they're saying in D, Dawn, is wiring shall comply with the requirements of 300.4 and be installed in a raceway, armored or metal-clad cable, or cable tray.
Yeah, but when I go to C, listed jacketed cable. So I'm going to have to take the listed jacketed cable and put it in a raceway when I go to D.
Okay, so
C is for separation. D is for protection. So yes, D needs to be protected with unless you're within 6 foot. That was the panel extending the requirements that the committee or that put these together came up with. They wanted to strengthen the protection requirements. That was not original to have it in a raceway.
all right, so let's just review this. A 700.11a says line voltage supply, wiring, and installation of Class 2 emergency lighting control devices shall comply with 700.10 Class 2 emergency circuits. 700.10 Class 2 emergency circuits shall comply with 700.11b through D. Identification. So this is telling us that it has to be marked and identified, permanently marked, so that they will be readily identified as a component of the emergency circuit, identified as a component of an emergency circuit or system, with two methods being listed, right? And then C is separation. So it shall be wired in a listed jacketed cable or with one of the wiring methods of Chapter 3. Class 2 emergency circuits shall be separated. So it says in a listed jacketed cable. And then to Dawn's point, wiring shall comply with and be installed in a raceway, armored, or metal-clad cable or cable tray.
Yes, you are correct.
So what does this mean? In a listed jacketed cable. When you say jacketed cable, what do you mean by jacketed cable?
The telephone wire that has an overall jacket.
Okay.
Like your regular cord. Not individual conductors.
Okay, so that's...
typically you're not going to find the individual conductors, right? If you're an Ethernet cable with those little stranded wires that are twisted together, think of the old-fashioned thermostat cable that had, 4 little solid white, black, red, wires in it, and then it had an overall jacketed assembly. So the point is that you can't just have individual conductors. It has to be a cable assembly.
Okay. So
if you have a listed cable assembly, like your regular Ethernet cable, it's going to be, it's going to be Cat 5, whatever, jacketed. It's so many conductors in it. That's the listed jacketed cable, not just an individual conductor.
okay, and then it says in D, wiring shall comply with the requirements of 300.4 and be installed in a raceway. So it would be a jacketed cable installed in a raceway, a jacketed cable installed with armor or metal clad, or a jacketed cable installed in a cable tray.
Right. The cable tray, the metal clad, or the raceway is the protection method, except for the 6 feet. When you're, or if you're in a locked room in the exception 2. If you're in a closet, a equipment closet, electrical room, something like that, that's, not ordinarily accessible to other people, then you can have the stuff running in the room.
So do they make jacketed cable in armored cable? Or is the armor the jacketing?
You can buy a metal clad Cat 5 cable.
Metal clad Cat 5 cable. I gotta see this. Where is it? Metal clad Cat 5 cable.
And remember, when you're looking at are you sharing out the? Okay, so only the people on our Google are seeing the Terra.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the second draft. So the first revision is where the bulk of the stuff was. The second revised some of the first.
Right.
So some of the stuff was revised from the committee that was put together to put this new portion in. So this is what's ended up.
Okay, so this.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah, that's metal. Yeah, that is. I believe this is Belden. Control C. Control V. Belden bonded pairs, solid bare copper conductors, polyolefin insulation, PVC inner jacket, aluminum interlocked armor, industrial grade PVC jackets, sequential marking at 1 meter intervals. Wow, that's sweet. But that would be what they're talking about right there, right?
That would be an example of one kind, yeah. But if it's on the outside, it might have to be labeled that it's got emergency stuff in it or something.
Right. Okay, well, all right. I can live with that. And it's jacketed because of that little blue that's in the middle. And it's inside that. All right, so it meets that meets all of the. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, the point of the listed is that you've got something that's listed, you're not just buying it off the internet where it has no markings on it. And then jacketed is just the overall jacket, like your normal Cat conductors or your normal thermostat or your normal telephone wire is going to be jacketed.
All right. Okay, so, and then you have protection C, and then there's protection. They added 2 exceptions. Some exceptions were provided. Exceptions 1 and 2 reference. I'll just we do this.
Yeah, kind of like when you're terminating it, that you got to have that little caveat, like can't keep things separated when you're in a transfer switch. Can't keep things separated when you're in a, dual luminaire, that type of thing. So
Yep.
Same type of thought process.
Gotcha. Okay. And I got 100 messages today on Restream. So thanks. Keep up the comments out there. Good job, everybody. And I get the Restream gives me like a little trophy, a little gold trophy that just disappears after the program. But it says we've exceeded 100 message. And Willie Snyder says he uses miles of that stuff at the plant. Cool. I wonder I don't know what plant you're in, Willie. Let me know. Important to have 600 volt cable in power cabinets, regardless of metal clad. So the voltage rating on these conductors, these sheaths, if you're mixing it, right, you have to be able to have the right voltage ratings. All right. Wow. This is good stuff. Okay. So, and that's all there is to this one.
In C, Tom, I see in the second draft, it still represents 725-136. Was that restored in the second draft revision? Because in the first draft revision, that section no longer exists.
Let me check. 725-136. Yes, it does. 725-136 is a new section in Article 725, separation from electric light.
It's only showing as new because they took it out in the first revision and put it back in the second.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I thought I was onto something big there. Okay. So yes, that does exist. All right. So 700.11. And I felt good with 700.11. Anything else on 700.11? Smuckers. Uncrustables. Excellent. Part 3, sources of power. We're moving into part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and germs, 700.12. Part 3, sources of power. 700.12 is general requirements. And we're going to make this, I think, a heading 3. Yard, or she blows. Informational no change in B. No big deal. Just aligning with the style manual. C looks like a new informational reference to note to reference C NFPA 110 for standby and emergency for information on classification of emergency power supply systems. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to do B. Equipment, design, and location. Informational note changed to align with style manual. C. Oh, I hate when it does that automatic correction. C. Supply duration. That is new informational note pointing to NFPA 110 for information on classification of emergency power supply systems, EPSS.
Did you mention in B2 that wording that's been taken out?
Oh, I got to look at the first draft. Good point.
So buildings above 75 feet is the blanket statement now. So the following occupancies: assembly, education, residential, detention, correction, business, mercantile has been deleted. It's just if your building is 75 foot. Doesn't matter what kind it is.
So that would expand it to include industrial facilities, which were not included in the previous code.
That is correct. Yes.
So as long as your building is higher than 75 feet, right?
Correct. And then there's some informational note cleanup, but that's the key point there. That, you know, it's 75 feet, period. Anything. Doesn't matter. It's not limited to one of those that was there.
So, and B is equipment design. The equipment shall be designed and located so as to minimize the hazards that might cause complete failure due to flooding, fires, icing, and vandalism. Equipment for sources of power, as described in 712 C through H, shall be installed either in spaces fully protected by approved automatic fire protection systems or in spaces with a 2-hour fire rated where located within the following. So that's what this, to Dawn's point, this is pulling industrial facilities or more than just assembly, educational, etc. And you're going to have to either have a 2-hour fire rating or have an approved automatic protection system, fire protection system.
Yes.
Okay. And informational notes. Oh, that's B. Yep. Okay, so that was changed, and that was a first draft change. And it didn't change in the second draft. It's still there. So the only thing they did in the second draft was cleaned up the informational notes on B3.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's just style manual stuff. All right, that's actually pointing to a specific section. Oh, it's style manual stuff because that was already there. All right. Good catch. And then C.
C has a new informational note.
Yep. New informational note.
And it changes its wording and there's some changes. The 87.5%, that kind of stuff is not in from the first or from the original.
Okay. Storage batteries. Okay. Yeah, because C has 1 through 5. So in the first draft, boy, C changed. The parent text of C changed.
Right.
And the title. So title of C. Title of C was storage batteries.
Yeah. So base C changed, yes. And then some of the other things changed as well. But yes.
Wow. Okay, wait. So storage battery. I mean, that's a big difference to go from storage battery to supply duration. Storage. It said storage batteries shall be of suitable rating and capacity to support and maintain the total load for a minimum period of 1.5 hours.
Right, but there's more things in there now. It's not just a battery.
Okay.
It's just on-site fuel transfer pumps.
Okay, and it's all about the duration. So
some of that was in D in the previous code and addressed like fuel storage and stuff. So now it is addressing all the durations for all of our emergency supplies.
Yeah, so it's not just a battery. So it's kind of expands it, but takes things that were already there, puts it in another spot.
okay. All right. So C, the title was supply duration and addresses the supply duration for various types of energy. What would you call that? Backup power supplies, right?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that was in the front of C is now in 4 for batteries. So that's why it's rewriting the system of different types, because fuel supply, transfer pumps, all those are under a supply duration. So some of the things aren't really changing. It's just modifying where they're at.
Okay. All right. So on-site fuel. So for example, D1 is on-site fuel supply. That, where was that? Was that in here before?
Which one? I'm sorry.
On-site fuel supply.
D2A.
Oh, that was
in D.
okay.
D2A.
Yeah, that was talking about just when it's with a internal combustion engine.
D2A. That's it. There's on, and then fuel transfer pumps was D2B. So I should be able to go to D. Yeah, there it is. All of those D2s removed. Okay. So on-site fuel supply, and then you got fuel transfer pumps moved from D to B. I see what you guys did. Public gas system, municipal water supply. That was moved from public gas system, yep, C, D to C. And then the fourth one is storage, batteries, and UPS. And that was public gas. Oh, that was the parent text, right?
Right. Yeah. So it really doesn't change a whole lot. It just changes where the stuff is. And then tries to clarify some things that needed extra.
Automatic fuel transfer. Automatic fuel transfer was D. Moved from D to D. Perfect. Okay, so those are the 5 sections that are now a part of 700.12c, which used to just say storage battery, and then and they added an informational note too, right? Where's the informational note? 700.12. I have new informational note pointing to NFPA 110. Where was that at?
It's in C itself, the base document C, second draft.
Oh, I missed it. Geez, oh man, that's right. It was second draft. There it is. C, they added, and that was the only change they did. So they didn't change anything else. New informational note, and that was
the second draft changed a little bit under 4 for battery. It tweaked that. Took out uninterruptible power supply and put in UPS. I mean, so again, that's not really substantive changes.
So that's a first level subdivision. Second has new second level subdivisions that have been relocated and organized for usability. The substance of the contents did not change, just the location.
I would agree with that.
All right. There we go. Subdivisions. Excuse me. All right. So there's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subdivisions. Okay. I like it. And then D, that was C. D is, whoa, I did not want to do that.
So D in the first draft had a little minor wording change, I would say, for service is now called power source.
All right, so
that's your correlating committee, correlated subcommittee that worked on that.
All right, wait a second. So D. D1. Okay, D1.
Yeah, D1, look in the middle there where it says normal service. It's now normal power. Oh, you got it up.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, failure of the normal service is now normal. So, power source.
Because your normal power source, maybe it's not a service. Maybe your normal power source is wind or a generator or something else. It's maybe not a utility service.
Generic in nature. Referencing. Instead, a power source. The power source may not be the utility.
The normal power source.
Yeah, the normal power source.
May not be the utility.
Yep, I get it. I get it. And then,
you know, that's your pal Todd that headed up that group.
how did he? That's why it's all screwed up now. 2.
Hey, I was in that group.
Internal combustion engines as prime movers. This section was moved into 700.12. 700.12C.
C.
Yeah. All right. And so now we should have a new 2 is now battery, power, and dampers. And that was just renumbered. The remainder of the sections were renumbered with the removal of this item, right? So if I go to the book in D, we had prime movers, we had internal combustion prime movers, then we had battery, power, and dampers, which is there, which is now 2 instead of 3. Auxiliary power supply, which is 3 instead of 4. And then outdoor generator sets is, oh yeah, it's 4 instead of 5. Perfect. And none of those changed in the first draft. And if we look in the second draft, none of those changed in the second draft. So that's all we have to say about that. And then we have E. Did anything?
Had some changes.
It did? Okay. Oh, yeah. E is now called E's change. E is now stored energy power supply systems. SE sepsis. Usually you treated sepsis as like, you gotta, like, you just puncture it and suck it out if you have a sepsis. But that's a medical term. Heading for it is Article 700. So energy storage. So the title changed from uninterruptible power supplies to sepsis. And is that because there is a recognition of alternative? There's a broad type of systems. There we go. There's the list, because you have fuel cells.
It's another NAC correlating committee task group recommendation.
Focused on alternative energy solutions, alternative power solutions. I remember that one. And then so E, where's E? Uninterruptible power supplies. There was very short. It recognizes. Oh wait, what happened to G? Okay, yeah. All right. G was pulled in because G is no longer there. So G was pulled into E as a sub item, a type. All right, so you have power solutions. So the systems, the identified types of SEPSS include the following. One is the UPS, power supply. Oops. The second one is a fuel cell, energy storage system, a storage battery, and other approved equivalent stored energy sources that comply with 700.12. That's interesting. And then they added a fire suppression. Also added a new 2 for fire protection, suppression, ventilation, and separation. Your face is my case. I bet you guys don't know where that came from. The systems, a 700.12E1 shall be installed with the fire protection, suppression, ventilation, and separation requirements specified in the manufacturer's instructions or equipment listing. And there's a reference, new informational note to look at NFPA 853/2020, standard for the installation of stationary fuel cell power systems, and 855, standard for the installation of stationary energy storage systems, for additional information on fire protection installation requirements. So that is like earth-shattering news.
So there was a real lot of move in this code cycle to let 90.3 do its job. 110.3b takes care of item 2.
You know, that's a good point, though. That's a very good point. Gotta find my Kleenex. Because it says that the systems in 700.12 shall be installed with the fire protection, suppression, ventilation specified in the manufacturer's instructions, which, to your point, is covered by 90.2. Is that right?
90.3, I believe.
90.3 is...
That's the application of code article.
Yeah,
So-
and also 110.3b.
110.3b is the generic that flies throughout the whole code. And in a lot of places in this code cycle, we've looked at that specifically and removed code rules. And the reason was it's redundant because of 90.3. Here we're adding one that, I don't know, maybe because nobody reads the instructions, just like we had to add the torque rule and the not having more than 2 neutral or more than 1 neutral in a terminal block is because nobody read instructions. So maybe we need to do it.
Yep.
Echo.
He's echoing.
Yeah, I noticed in the 2023 version that I think for every piece of repetitive information that we removed from 5, 6, and 7, we probably added 3 or 4. I think they really went backwards in that regard.
Yeah. And where my head's at on that whole discussion, the reason that we do that sometimes is when something is getting missed. This is the argument that I've heard before. Like, say, for example, you said, hey, go follow these instructions. when something is getting missed by installers, they'll add something like they'll add language like this to the code because they're going, this is always missed, and if we don't put it here, when they're reading the code, they're not going to see it, and they're not going to get reminded of it. And we could always go back and say, hey, look, the code is not for the unqualified person, and you need to be qualified to use the book. But the reality in many cases is when you do something like this, it raises awareness. It sure does, but it does violate the style manual. I'm on the fence with the repetitive nature of it. I mean, when you teach, you say something. What do they tell you? If you want to teach something, you say it again, and then you remind them at the end. And a book that takes that same approach, if it regurgitates some things in multiple places, then that could be a good thing. But it could be bad because you got to correlate them, right? But I don't know.
Yeah, I got a tangent here.
Yeah.
See, I've had an interpretation. This is quite the tangent. Quite honestly, you know how 690. I'm going PV now, unfortunately, which is the tangent. And I got some people that say that the disconnect, the line side tap of the line side service tap of the PV interconnection, the disconnect for that has to be grouped with the other main because it's a separately derived system, which I just don't I don't know.
Well, it's a service, right? So if you connect to the
PV really a service?
If you connect to the line side of the service disconnect, that conductor is a service conductor. The equipment it lands on, if it's a disconnect, is a service disconnect.
But define service in Article 100.
It is. It's defined very well in Article 100, which is...
Well, I'm not so sure because wasn't that the big point of contention between Panel 10 and Panel 4 that resulted in 231, which didn't make it into the code?
Right. That didn't make it in the code, but they did revise 705 to recognize that is a service conductor. Right.
But prior to this new code, we don't have that. And that's the stuff that David's talking about. It's not clear.
I know it's not clear. Well, in my opinion, it's clear because you just read the definitions, right? But to some other people, it may not be clear for whatever reason. But if you look at what a service is, it's the conductors and equipment connecting the serving utility to the wiring system of the premises served. So if I have a disconnect that's connected to the utility on the line side of the disconnect, that's a service. The service cable or the conductors made up in the form of a cable. So the conductors from the service point to the service disconnecting means that's all service equipment. And Panel 10 and 4 met, and they're going to clarify that fact. But I mean, if you just read the definitions, you say, well, it's connecting to the service. So what else would you call it? What the Panel 4 guys wanted to call it was a power source output conductor. But in reality, it is a service conductor. And that first overcurrent device, that first switch, is a service. And you have to bond it correctly, too. That's the other issue. So the Panel 5 guys got involved because they said, you need to bond that and ground it correctly, because you have to treat it like a service equipment. It's no different. But, and then the PV industry wants to say, well, we're the utility, quote unquote, and we supply power. But under fault conditions, the majority of the fault is going to come from the utility down to their equipment. They're not going to be feeding fault current out to the utility. Anyway.
My apology for the tangent.
No, that's a good. It's a good tangent.
I'm still. I don't know. I'm still caught. See.
David's point, can we call those tap connectors a second set of service entrance conductors, and the disconnects for individual sets of service conductors are not required to be located with the disconnects from other sets of service conductors?
Wait, say that again. I missed it.
So can we take that line side tap and can we call those conductors service entrance conductors? if we call them service entrance conductors, it can have its own set of 6 disconnects. And those are not required to be located adjacent to the 6 disconnects for a different set.
That's correct. That's very correct. You're absolutely right. That's following the rules. That's following the rules. I think it would be hard to argue against it because that's what the code tells us. It's permitted.
See, in 230.2a, additional services shall be permitted to supply the following, and where in the heck did it go? I thought PV was in. No, where is PV in 230? Is PV even in 230? It's not even in.
Yeah.
My apology for this tangent.
This tangent?
Way offline from your tracker.
It tells you what can be tapped on the line side. So, where is that
That's
list?
705.12.
No, 230.82. Equipment connected to the supply side of the service disconnect.
Right.
Solar photovoltaic systems, fuel cell systems, wind electric systems. It's item 6 in 230.82.
But then it don't say that the disconnect is it getting.
Yes, it does. It says right there, if provided with a disconnecting means listed as suitable for use as service equipment. The bonding is very important inside that equipment. Yep. Don't you just love it when the plan comes together?
Unfortunately, I'm not in the 2020 in my jurisdiction.
Yeah.
All right. I stand down.
I stand down. Okay, so G. So G is heading for what we did in here in G was this was moved. This was moved or deleted. This was deleted because fuel cell systems used as a source of power emergency systems shall be of suitable rating and capacity to supply and maintain the total load for not less than 2 hours of full demand operation. Installation of a fuel cell system shall meet the requirements of parts 2. That was deleted, but where was it moved?
Well, it was moved to 12E.
Oh, but it's just a line item in 12. Does 12E talk about, does 12E say that it should be listed and meet the requirements of parts 2 through 8 of Article 692?
No, I gotta look now.
It doesn't. It just says consists of the following: energy storage systems, fuel cell systems. So the fuel cell system used as a source of power shall be a suitable rating and capacity to supply and maintain the total load for not less than 2 hours of full demand operation. So that's not in E. Where do you cover? Where?
But it's in C for the C that was changed from storage battery to supply duration covers all of our sources, no matter what we may be using.
Correct.
Okay, so it was moved. So the contents, the requirements for fuel cell systems are now split really between
yes, that would make sense. Yeah,
E
to describe it that way.
And C. Some of the requirements, for example, on duration are found in C, and others in E. Okay, so that's the G fuel cell system that was moved, or it was deleted and moved. And then the new G, microgrid.
No, it's no longer DC microgrid.
Yeah.
And the first draft has most of the changes. The second draft, that they changed one word right at the end there. Okay, yeah, you're looking at the first draft. Yes.
Yeah, so they took the DC out.
This came from a task group, correlated committee task group as well, to better understand that there is not just DC microgrids. And that if they were operating under emergency conditions and didn't bother the emergency system, that's okay.
Okay. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to do that. Well, I'll modify this, but that at least gives me a start for a paragraph on microgrids. On the, yeah, it's not just DC. Okay. All right. So the G microgrid systems. So this was H, right? And is now G.
Yeah, but H was just DC microgrid. So this is saying that, yeah. And then at the very end of the sentence that you have up on your screen there, Article 700 was removed, and it just says this article. So,
okay.
If you have stuff that is not designated as emergency power source, it's not part of this article. So the microgrid could be a couple different tasks. If it's non-emergency, then this article doesn't apply.
Gotcha. All right. And then H. So G. I think this is 4. G. Microgrids. Yep. And then there's an H, which is battery equipped emergency luminaries.
Yeah, it used to be just unit equipment.
AIRES, luminaires. Okay. I got to do, hold on. I've got to make sure that we're in mid, right? So 216, middle. Okay, the code for the middle. Thanks for reminding me. Geez, you guys are something else. The Mentimeter code for the middle. Mentimeter code is 9461 9966. Okay, go to menti.com. Enter 9461 9966. Give me your info. And remember, 3 touch points. Man, I got this headset everywhere. I need to clip it. Oh, there, I'll clip it right there. There we go. All right, cool, dude. That's the Mentimeter number. And I put it over there. I have to have my, whoops, sorry about that. There's your Mentimeter. Where is, there it is, LinkedIn. Right, Tyler. All right, just want to make sure. I'm looking for any. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to go back to. How do I get back? Here it is. Okay. Okay. Mute that. All right, so there's your Mentimeter code. That should be long enough, right? I would think. All right, let's get back to work. All right, so we're moving into battery. Now this is battery-equipped emergency luminaries. This is just another one of those reminders that you don't need a generator to meet an Article 700 system, right? if you have battery equipped equipment, then you're good to go. And so the title of H was changed from unit equipment to battery equipped. Emergency luminaires. Sounds like an organization. Luminaires. I'm with the luminarities. All right, then you have one is listing. Okay, all battery, all equipment, all of this equipment must be listed. It used to be components. Did they get rid of all those components or did they move them? Yeah, they did. They got rid of them. The rechargeable battery, the battery charging means, the provisions, and I think they got rid of. They don't need that because they said it has to be listed. Mm-hmm. Yep. And they got 2 informational notes. So you have the listing. Added 2 informational notes. One identifies UL standard 924 for info on the listing. And the second informational note, simply says that unit equipment is a type of battery equipped emergency luminaire. That's interesting. And then 2 is installation. This was, installation. Reference to unit equipment was removed. Unit equipment was removed from this title. And boy, they made a lot of changes in here.
Well, some of that stuff is already in the new portion up ahead of previous. What was that? In supply duration. Somewhere along there with batteries. Unit equipment is batteries, so it would fall under C4.
Oh, that's
batteries, inch hour and a half, 87.5%. That's all up in there.
So you're saying like this, the period of, oh, that's right.
So that didn't really change. It's just in another section. We don't want to be redundant and put it in there more than once.
Some of the requirements, such as the time duration, can now be found in C4.
Correct.
Oh, excuse me. Ooh, doggy. Okay. Whew. All right. Now it says battery equipped emergency luminaires shall be permanently fixed in place. And it said before, unit equipment shall be permanently fixed in place. So that's not new. But now they just made it generic, battery equipped emergency luminaires, and they got rid of the unit equipment.
Yeah, I don't think really anything substantive changed in this whole thing.
I don't see. They still have the 6 foot. They still say flexible cord and plug connection. Like they removed the unit equipment shall be permanently fixed. This is in 2. And they removed that first sentence, and they just made a new sentence that just says battery equipped emergency luminaire shall be permanently fixed in place, not portable. So that replaced that. So they took the first sentence out of 2, made it its own, and then the remainder they added to it. Wiring to each luminaire shall be installed in accordance with requirements of any of the wiring methods in Chapter 3, unless otherwise specified in Part 2. Right. That's kind of new. Flexible cords with or without a plug, provided that cord does not exceed 6 foot in length.
Yeah, that's no. I think it was I don't think it had the 6 foot in there before.
No, they had the flexible connection shall be permitted provided that the cord does not exceed 3 feet in length. So they got rid of the 3 foot. Where's the 3 foot? Where's it struck out at, though?
Oh, yeah, interesting.
It's not struck out. At least not in the first draft. It's still there, right before.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Let's check the, okay, yeah, there's the second. Where's the second draft?
Second draft strikes out the 6 foot.
Wait, we're in which section here? H. We're in H.
2. H2.
H2? H2O? The 3 foot's still in there, and they removed the 6 foot.
Remove the 6 foot.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have some notes on that.
So they got rid of the 6 foot. So what does it say? The language was changed to comply with the style manual for clarity. What the heck? Well, that's okay. That's just the detail. Let me look at the second revision 7999. There it is there, and it says the panel agrees with the term unit equipment for clarity as its defined term, but does not want to limit the unit equipment 5 and 6. Unit equipment is only energized upon loss of normal power, while battery-equipped emergency luminaires may also provide illumination when power is present. I didn't know that. The panel agrees with the substantiation to provided for removal of the requirement of the length of the flexible cord does not exceed 6 foot. If there was no substantiation for limiting the length of cord, and there are many battery-equipped emergency luminaires in the field with longer cords with no reported problems. So that 3 foot, it says provided that the cord does not exceed 3 foot in length. Flexible cord with or without a plug shall also be permitted for battery equipment. So, okay. So the first draft added flexible cord with or without a plug, provided that the cord does not exceed 6 foot in length, shall also be permitted for battery-equipped emergency luminaires installed in accordance with 41062C1. The second draft says remove the limitation. If you have a flexible cord supplying that equipment, you can be any length. That's what they did.
But the text there doesn't say that. The 3 foot's still there.
But that's not for flexible cord. It says provided. It says, this is flexible cord and plug connection shall be permitted for unit equipment, provided that the cord does not exceed 3 foot. Flexible cord with or without a plug shall also be permitted for battery-equipped emergency luminaires installed in accordance with 410. So the 3 foot's limited for unit equipment, which is a specific type of battery supplied equipment. But if you have a battery equipped emergency luminaire.
I see they added unit equipment in the second draft. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah. That's interesting. So this is, we're in H2, right? Yes, H2. Normal. So this is the language that is there. Okay. Excuse me. Well, I'll tell you what, it's amazing how my nose and my eyes react to when I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's mold in the air or what, but man.
I got the same thing today, so
wow.
Exact same thing.
Amazing. And in today's world, everybody looks at you like field modification is not allowed. Willie Snyder says Super Saturday. I have to announce it. I got to announce it. All right. So Willie Snyder says field modification is not allowed. Field modification is not allowed. Cord does not exceed. Flexible cord with or without a plug. All right. That's new. All right, normal. Let me underline that. Okay. Let's go back to, I'm going to hit close. So that's that language. A separate branch circuit originating from the same panel board as one or more normal lighting circuits. This separate branch circuit disconnecting means shall be provided with a lock-on feature. What does this mean? So this is in 3. The branch circuit feeding the battery-equipped emergency luminaire shall be one of the following. A, the same branch circuit as that serving the normal lighting in the area and connected ahead of any local switch. B, the same or a different branch circuit as that serving the normal lighting in the area of the circuit is equipped with means to monitor the status of the area's normal lighting branch circuit ahead of any local switches. And C, they removed where the normal lighting circuit is served by one or more branch circuits, a separate branch circuit provided with a lock. That's basically C. They removed C and replaced it with
I think C is just editorialized because that was a change they made in 2017, which in my opinion is kind of a step backwards. It allows for the circuit breaker to trip for the normal lighting in the area, and then we lose all power and the emergency lights don't turn on. But that seems to be what they wanted in the 2017, and proposals to change it or for the 2023 were rejected.
Oh.
Yeah, I fully agree with Ryan. I had a PI on that. I think it was a huge step backwards, but whatever.
Wait, what was the change again, Ryan, that you said?
So before, you had to have, if you had an office building, for example, and you've got emergency lighting in your cubicle farm, the requirement was that the unit equipment, the emergency lighting, had to be on the same circuit as the general lighting in the area. That way, if you lose the circuit for the lighting, the emergency lights come on. Now, the exception recognized that some rooms are so large that you might have 3 general lighting circuits, and it's improbable that all 3 of those would go out at the same time. So if you had 3 of them, you could have an individual branch circuit supplying the unit equipment as long as you locked it in the on position. They changed what used to be an exception to some positive text, but they made it say that it no longer is only allowed if you have 3 circuits. It's allowed if you have 1. So now, if you have 1 normal lighting circuit, you could have an individual in your room. You can have an individual branch circuit for the unit equipment in that room, but that allows the normal lighting circuit to drop and the emergency lights to never turn on. So it was a major step backwards in safety. But yeah, both Don and I submitted PIs to try to change that, but I don't think the panel is seeing it. I don't think they're understanding the argument. I don't believe. Maybe that is their intent, but it seems like they weren't following the logic on it.
I think we should try to if we think the door's open, we can probably try to craft something for second draft. No, I mean this is done. Yeah, this is the National Electrical Code. This is not 70E.
Yeah, to Ryan's point there, that was his comment on here, and the panel didn't reject it per se, but they just thought they wanted to clarify some of the wording. So the end up wording in C is what the panel thought was the best way to convey that thought out. Maybe it's not, but that's what the panel came up with, modifying that language in C in the second draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the second draft was just wordsmithing. It looks like the same change that was in the 2020 exists, where 1 fault knocks out your emergency lighting.
And the rejection statement on my PI says the substantiation did not provide a compelling reason why 2 rather than 1 normal circuits would provide an additional level of safety. So they looked at it to make that comment. So they agree that if we have a single circuit, it's just fine if that breaker pops and the room goes completely dark.
Wow.
Certainly
and to clarify, when that room goes dark, those emergency lights will never turn on. So one fault knocks out all emergency power to that room, no question.
Right. Now, if the utility goes off, then sure, it'll come on. But the circuit breaker failure for that room puts you in darkness.
Yeah. So Steve Fromming, do you know anybody on panel 13 that
Well, I was reading in my notes. Says my notes say reject but C to clarify. Panel will modify here. And I've got brackets around C in Ryan's comment. And so the words that are in the second draft is what the panel came up with as a modified paragraph for C.
But there's no technical change there. That's just wordsmithing of what was there.
Well, the public comment 1587 was to change a few words around. So if you want to pull up 1587.
public comment 1587? Hold on. Public comment 1587.
Yeah, my public comment was to essentially, it was to move some words around, but I guess every proposal does that. But yeah, my comment was essentially to revert it back to the 2017 language by requiring more than one circuit to take advantage of that allowance, because with only one circuit, loss of that circuit results in darkness. But I think we'll just add it to my 2026 list. But I think it's a real problem and a major reduction in safety. But
so your suggestion was where the normal lighting circuit is served more than one branch circuit, I guess by more than one branch circuit, a separate branch circuit provided with a lock feature that originates from the same panel board as the normal lighting circuits, and you removed the branch circuit disconnect means for this branch circuit shall be provided with a lock-on feature. So you think this solves that problem right here?
yeah, because then one breaker failing doesn't remove total darkness. It doesn't remove the lighting.
Right. And then Willie Snyder was commenting about the multi-wire branch circuit. He had some other comments and questions about whether or not a multi-branch circuit could be used, and it could have been, right? I mean, that's a shared neutral application.
You can't use multi-wire branch.
No, you're right.
In an Article 700 application.
That's right, and there we found that other section where you could not use it. Yeah,
But the normal lighting could be.
right. The normal lighting could be.
Yeah,
Okay.
There were 4 public comments relating to Part H. Only Ryan's had anything to do with 3C. So the committee decided that wording that you see in the final second draft is what the compromise was between what it did say and what Ryan was asking.
So that's a separate branch circuit originating from the same panel board as one or more normal lighting circuits. This separate branch circuit disconnecting means shall be provided with a lock-on feature. They're saying that addresses the concern.
That's one of the ways you could do it, yes.
Okay. And Ryan says, I don't think so.
Yeah, and Ryan's comment was pretty much the same as my PI on that same section.
And Felix agrees with you, just to let you know.
Yeah, that was at the input stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we learned something there. At least I did. Now I got to make sure.
The good news was Ryan's wasn't just rejected, right? It was a modification of what he put in there. So,
Without addressing the technical
Yeah.
part of the proposal, sure.
And Robert from Omaha says normal lighting must be used when power goes out. Those lights come on. If power never goes out, they never come on. Ryan is right. People are agreeing with you, Ryan. It's we just got to get up. All right. So what I'll do is this. I'm going to put a note here, and I'm going to say Ryan, Jackson, and crew agree this needs love in the next cycle. We need a public input. All right. Well, we can work together on a public input, see what we can do. Sound like a plan? Okay. And the beat goes on. So where are we on? We were on 700.12. We feel good with 700.12? I think we do. We're moving to 700.15. No changes. 700.15. More play for Mr. Gray. Yeah, nothing in 700.15. We're in part 4 now. So we're moved out of part 3.
So 16B had a couple little words changed in it and an informational note change.
Emergency illumination.
And it did not change from this first revision.
System reliability. We changed control devices to emergency lighting control devices. Big change there, Mr. Froming. Modified to align with the style manual. Okay. That was all there.
And there was an informational note adjustment.
Yes. To align with the style manual. All right. Nothing else in 16. 17. What they changed? They made some changes in 17.
17 in part 1, branch circuit is now lighting supply, not lighting branch circuit. And then in Pren 2, there was some wording change in that paragraph. Both and system were modified slightly.
Okay. Yep.
You have to look at the. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Clarity added. I got it. So it's clarity added into with minor words. What do we call that word?
Smithing.
Yes, smithing. That's one word. Wordsmithing, like gunsmith. Wordsmithing.
And 1 is the focus of that because of the class 2 lighting, which really isn't supplied by a branch circuit.
Whoa, say that again?
In 1, where we change branch circuit to lighting supply, is the focus there because of class 2 powered lights, which really aren't supplied by a branch circuit. The power supply is, but the output isn't a branch circuit. So is that what that's intending to address?
Let's take a look at what the panel said. The revision clarifies that it is acceptable to monitor the normal side in a given area rather than each individual branch circuit for that area.
Okay.
I don't know if hold on. Current wording of 700.17.1 requires the emergency control system to individually sense power on each and every normal emergency lighting branch circuit over current protective device. This is not practical in centralized emergency control systems. However, failure of the normal only supply will indeed cause failure of the normal emergency branch circuit until a transfer to emergency power occurs. The issue is where to sense such a failure. 700.23 already allows sensing of a related normal only power source that is not a specific individual normal emergency branch circuit. Revised wording of 700.17 is needed to clarify that this type of sensing is permitted on emergency control equipment other than that covered by 700.23. That's interesting. I learned something again. All right. Requires, okay, so So it doesn't address the class. It's just it is what it is. All right. 700.17. 700.18. Oh, let's see. Did 17 change? No, it didn't change.
Did we talk about Pren 2?
I think we did.
I got confused now when we went back to 1.
Well, yeah, so the second one just says, unless both systems are used for regular lighting purposes, instead of saying, and are both kept lighted, I think they're just adding clarity, and both are kept lighted.
Yeah, and then go right below there. It says either system.
Either system or both systems shall be permitted. They're not changing the intent of it, right?
No,
Okay.
It's just, but it is
Adding clarity.
some wording changes there.
Mm-hmm.
18 adds system in there as well. In the first sentence, emergency system.
Hold on here. $700.16, $700.17, then $700.18 is circuits for emergency power. And that's 18 added system after emergency. It's not an emergency supply. It's an emergency system.
This comes from
supply.
Correlating Committee Task Group. Me
Yep.
and Todd.
You and Todd. The You and Todd show.
Well, they're just not
I
only
know.
me and Todd.
I know.
We had John Kovacic on there.
Oh, awesome. Okay, that's 18. Nothing in 19? Multi-wire branch circuits? No.
No, nothing in 20,
21 or 22?
19, nothing 20, 21, 22. It's when you get to 23 for the dimmer relay system.
Okay. 23.
So,
700.23 is dimmer and relay systems.
so
Okay.
they added part 2 of Article 700 to the very end of the sentence in the first draft. In the second draft, emergency power source. So in the middle of that paragraph, power source was added to the emergency.
Normal / emergency source was changed to normal / emergency power source. And part 2 of Article 700 is now referenced to align with style manual requirements. Because you're not allowed to reference an entire article, but nothing says you can't reference a specific part, which I still don't think that it addresses the issue that you're trying to fix with pointing people to a generic area. So, but anyway. And we're in part 4 of Article 700, so it's referencing you back to part 2 of Article 700, which already applies if it's an Article 700 system. So, anyway, I get it. 700.24?
24 had some changes in it. It had none in the second draft. All of them will appear in the first draft.
So no changes in the second draft for 24, but changes in the first draft. Okay. Let's look at the panel statement. The section was modified to acknowledge that a directly controlled luminaire can be energized to an emergency lighting level in 2 ways, each of which dictates a different listing requirement for the luminaire itself. 1, by an active control signal from a listed external control system, which also requires the luminaire itself to be listed as a directly controlled emergency luminaire, and 2, by disconnection of the luminaire's control input by a listed emergency lighting control device, such as an automatic load control relay. In this case, the luminaire itself does not require listing as a directly controlled emergency luminaire. That's very interesting development. Garage door was opened. Okay. And this section reads, where emergency illumination is provided by one or more directly controlled emergency luminaires that, upon loss of normal power, respond to an external control input to establish the required emergency illumination level, such directly controlled emergency luminaires shall be listed for use in emergency systems. Luminaires that are energized to the required emergency illumination level by disconnection of their control input by a listed emergency lighting control device shall not be required to be listed for use in emergency systems. Well, I'll be a horse's patoot. And that wasn't driven by a public comment. That was a panel comment.
Yeah, I don't have my first draft notes in front of me.
Interesting. Writing code on the fly. Okay, 700.25 did not change. 700.26 did not change. Let's take a look. 25, 26, nope.
Go right to 27.
700, class 2.
There's no change in the second draft. It's all in the first.
Because it's a whole new section in the first, right?
Yes.
So it's class 2 powered emergency lighting systems. This new section is driven by that power over Ethernet stuff.
Correct.
Yep.
So it comes from the task group that worked on that.
Driven by expanded technologies in power over Ethernet. And let's take a look at the UL 9. Oh, that's right. There's a new UL standard, isn't there? UL 924 standard makes it clear that a PoE switch or similar device that combines control, class 2 power in a single circuit qualifies as an emergency lighting control. It's not a new standard. There's a new standard for class 4 systems, which is your fault power limited circuits. All right. Oh, let's take a look at the public input. What drove this one? Joe Shoemaker, because he chaired that committee. That's right. Look at all the names on that. Okay. I remember him talking about that one. All right. So that's 700.27. Any questions on that one? We're just rolling. We're steamrolling right along. 700.27. Now we're in part. Oh, wait. We moved into part 4 with 700.15, didn't we? Okay, part 4. Where's part 5 at?
Part 5 is 700.30. We're just hitting part 5.
Okay, yeah. It starts with 700.20. Part 5. So I have to move this. In my Word document, I have to move this to part 5. Control V, because we're moving into part 6 now.
Part 6, yeah. Part 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So part 6.
So 30 and 31 did not change, but we do have a change in 32.
Selective coordination. All right. Heading 3, 700.32. Whatever the. Whoa, did they delete it? No.
Go to the there was a bunch of stuff that was deleted. So then we go to the second draft.
Wait a second. So wait, 700.
There's some things back in the second draft. So what you're looking at, which one are you in?
I'm in the. This is the first draft, but they created 700.32. 700.32 selective coordination was just all parent text. They created a general replacements and modifications. New first level subdivisions. A, they kept this, right? A is general. B is replacements. C is modifications.
So the parent text is modified for load side, and then there's clarity in the overcurrent protected devices for the standby system.
Okay.
So it's
and then B.
You wanted to just reword it differently, I guess, is basically what.
Yeah, well, so what I like about this is, and then there's C. C has the picture, right? Okay, so what I like about here's what I like. What I like about the replacements, it says they've added where emergency systems as OCPDs are replaced, they shall be reevaluated to ensure selective coordination is maintained with all supply side and load side OCPDs. Because when you start changing over current devices, even if it's the settings might change. If you have a different model number breaker or whatnot, you got to make sure you reevaluate everything. So I like that a lot. They kept the language that's in A, emergency systems overcurrent device shall be selectively coordinated with all supply side. That's the same stuff. Then selected by a licensed professional engineer and documented. Oh, my LinkedIn is stopped. LinkedIn caps it off, I think, at 4 hours. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to. All right. So let's do this.
Still showing on my end.
LinkedIn, on my LinkedIn, it is no longer. You're probably looking at. It's probably slower. The YouTube one is still up. Let me go. I got to go to my.
Now it just went out.
Yeah.
Now it just went out.
Yeah. So what I have to do is I'm just going to grab the link real quick. No, we're coming up towards the end of this one anyway. Geez. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to grab. How do I say not interested? Add to queue. I click it. Hope. Skip. The YouTube one is still up. Oops. There we go. So now I have to do. How do I get the link? Share. Copy. And I'm going to go back on LinkedIn and say, oh, we're still going. Join us for Super Saturday on YouTube. Post. There we go. We're still going. Join us for Super Saturday. All right. Close that. All right.
Now, see if it automatically links me back in, or if I got to click something.
It'll probably it should take you straight to YouTube when you click on that link, because my live stream to LinkedIn is dead.
Oh, you need another. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering LinkedIn will come back up. No, your YouTube is on.
Yeah, YouTube will go for a while. I'm not sure. We're broaching. I missed a couple of Willie Snyder's comments. I apologize, Willie. All right, so the replacements are important because when it's replaced, you have to reevaluate. I like that. Modifications, additions, or deletions to the emergency systems occur. Selective coordination of the emergency systems OCPDs with all supply side and load side shall be reevaluated. All right. Steve Cavaleris, exception. And they still have the image. So that's it's not bad. And then they have the informational note that has the images. So I think that was a good ad. That was good. 700.32. And that's it for 700.
Yes.
We completed 700 and it is 2:59. We started this what, 1 o'clock?
Yeah, a little after.
Wow, can you believe it's been 2 hours? That's insane.
Well, it was a little after that because you were doing a lot of talking about things.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to share with everybody about the membership and about IAEI Western Section. I'm going to throw the end Mentimeter numbers up. There's the end Mentimeter number is 9562.
So your LinkedIn is just telling you to go to YouTube?
Yes, because
okay. I like what?
Yeah, Mentimeter code.
Hey, Tom, do you have the notes from the correlating committee meetings yet?
I
What they did to the second draft, I mean?
Yeah. All of those correlating committee notes are built into my Tarot view. So
I wonder if you could do me one quick favor.
Yeah, sure.
Can you just see if they did anything in the second draft to 348.60?
348.60. 348.
Just trying to figure out if I need to do a nitmam on it or if they...
They didn't change anything in 348.60. So it says
they must have rejected what the panel did because that says what I wanted it to say. So they must have done something then.
348.60. Let's take a look at the first draft. 348. 348.60. Oh, yeah. So, well, they got fixed installation. FMC shall be permitted. Let's do this. FMC shall be permitted. So, what didn't you like in the first draft?
Maybe it was in 350. They had changed equipment grounding conductor to just grounding conductor. But it's not a big deal. I don't want to waste everybody's time. I can track it down.
Yeah, if you tell me which one you're looking for, yeah. See, even in 350 they have equipment grounding conductor.
Is that your first draft?
That's the first draft on 350. Yeah. Let me check Let me check the second draft. It's all equipment grounding bond. Yeah, so first and second. I'm not sure.
I'll have to dig a little bit deeper.
Yeah, if there's something you're looking for, just send me an email. I'll look it up for you.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Sure thing, no worries. Okay. All right, so we finished Article 700. Article 700. So 700 new revisions and added text to address replacements and modifications. It's not a waste if you use it. Willie Snyder says it's not a waste if you use it. That's right. You can borrow time. All right, so that's 700. Oh, man, I'm glad we got through 700. Whoop-a, whoop-a. All right.
Hey, Tom,
Yes, sir.
before we go into 70B, I didn't get a Google Doc on that one.
I don't have one yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't get one then.
That's right. So this is going to be completely fresh. I did not even start one to prepare. So actually, I thought I had something on 70B. So everybody's got the Mentimeter code. So don't forget to log out on that one. I got a message. Okay. So 70B. I'm going to leave that one. Felix Sandoval. Everyone should have FC2 on their phone. Yes. Fault current. Of course. Yes. Thank you, Chris Foland. Okay, so let's do this. 70B. I'll tell you what, 70B is changing considerably. And to your point, I do not have, but I'm going to create one right now. Oh, wait, NFPA 70B. I do have an NFPA 70B document. Hold on. I put the structure in. Okay, so here's what I will do. Here's what I will do. I have to add you guys. So how do I do that? I go here and I hit, oh, I know what I got to do.
You could put the link in the chat and you can suck it.
No. What I do is I put your email addresses in. Steve Froming, S. Froming. Okay, I got your Gmail account. And then I have Ryan Jackson. And then I've got David Englehart. Which one do you want? Do you want the Gov? Do you want the Comcast.net? Or do you want which one?
Comcast.
There you go, Comcast. Who else do I have on here? I got Nihad El Sharif in the house. Nihad El Sharif, IEEE. Who else? Chris Foland. FOL. Christopher Pavit. Chris Foland. What is Chris?
Take it off.
Hey, sure thing. Thanks for hanging in there, buddy. Chris Foland, wait a second. How do I get to, there's Chris. I don't want to remove him. What do I see? There's 8 people. There we go. All right, this is the Steve Froming, Chris Foland. Trying to figure out Chris Foland's. Here, I'm going to send this out. Send. So you guys have that. And I've got to figure out Chris's email.
Got it.
Foland. 352.60. Okay, we'll check that one. Chris Foland. Oh, so we're going to start NFPA 70B. Here's what I do need to do. So I've got to figure out Chris Foland's email and 70B, Mentimeter. I got to make sure I have the right numbers in here. So let me call up that PowerPoint for Super Saturday. Oh my God. You are a nut, Steve. Okay, Super Saturday, 70B. And make sure I got this. So this is session 3 beginning. Open in a new window. And the number is 67. 8, 2, 4, 3. Okay. There's the number for everybody down there. And it is for you guys. Where's it at? Meeting. I gotta go to chat. All right, the number is Mentimeter, MENTI, This is for session 3. This is for 70B changes, 6718-8243. And I do just have to figure out the middle. So give me one session 3 midpoint, open a new window. I got to put the right numbers in. And oh boy. Okay, I've got that one. And then I have to do the end is Open in a new tab. Crap. Open in a new window. And that number is 9132. Okay, save it. Minimize. All right. Close that. Okay, so now we're going to start 70B. Now, I sent you guys, I got to get Chris Foland's email. So let me close some of those. Log in. Log in. So 70B. Time is it? It's 3:09. So we said, okay. Audience. Here's what I'm going to do. All contacts. I'll get Foland because he's on there. Chris Foland. There it is. Chris Foland at gmail.com. There you are. And send. Boy, I made you an editor. I got to make you commenters. Jeez, oh man, this is not good. Save. Okay. All right, so that went out, and I'll send it out to everybody after the fact. Channel. Okay. We're looking good. All right, here we go. 70B is what we're working on right now. And what I've done right now is I put the structure in administrative, and what you'll see with 70B is hopefully everybody, is that a picture of you fixing your gutters? No, that's not a picture of me fixing my gutters. That's actually my buddy Donnie Cook inspecting a marina. Oh man, a day fixing my gutters. Chapter 1. So this is the way it's laid out. 70B, next edition. First draft report. So the first draft report is available. So if you can go out and see the first draft report. That's right, because we've done the first draft. So let's do this. I got to get rid of this Terra. Oh shoot, I forgot. Ryan Jackson said 352.60. View public comments. 352.60. We're just going to check on this for Ryan because he's an important man. 352.60, second draft. Grounding. Where equipment grounding is required, separate grounding conductor shall be installed in the conduit. That's what it says, Ryan.
Okay, looks like they rejected that. Awesome. I'll do a NIPMAM. I'm not sure what a grounding conductor is. We haven't used that term in the NEC for 15 years.
I agree with you.
Perfect. Thanks, man.
Sure, no worries. Okay, so now we are on 70B. Bravo. Open a new tab. That is 70. Grab the wrong one. I got to get rid of that completely. First draft report. I'm on 70B. Open a new tab. Just make sure I'm in 70B. First draft report, 70B. And then I have the view public comments. Open a new tab. And we have not had our second draft meeting is coming up. Well, I'll tell you. Let me show you something. So what you do is if you go to NFPA 70B, you will see that the public comments closing date was November 9th. The second draft report will be posted November 2nd. And there's the Core Link Committee, first draft meetings, pre-first draft. I'm surprised they don't post the, second draft or meeting. Second draft. They got the public comment report, but where's the meeting notification for our second draft meeting? It's not up there. Huh. Oh, well, I thought I was going to help, but apparently I am not. So I can tell you later. Alrighty, so you got the Mentimeter codes. We're looking at 70B. Okay, so the way it's laid out, you have your first chapter is administration. That's almost like your Article 90 type of discussion. See, this is second draft. This is the first draft. These are the public comments. Public comments. Yep, those are the public comments. Okay, we haven't done the public comments. We haven't even started to meet. So what we're going to focus on is the first draft. Administration deals with like the scope of the standard, talks about the purpose of the standard and application, etc., etc., etc. You got units of measurement. It's just generic information. So you have scope, purpose, application, equivalency, and units of measure. And then chapter 2 are all of your reference publications. Chapter 3 is all of your definitions. So just like in the National Electrical Code, we have Article 100. We're following Chapter 3 for definitions. Chapter 4 is personnel safety. So here's the other thing you got to remember about this document. It's not following the NEC style manual because there's no informational notes. What you would typically see as an informational note is now indicated as annex material. So they don't have informational notes. And I keep getting into the rut because even during the meeting I'll say, well, we'll just add this as an informational note, and they go, that's annex material, Tom. So anywhere where you see a star, I believe, will call up annex material. See, so for example, for chapter 4, personnel safety, 4.1 says introduction, and there's annex material associated with 4.1. If you click on 4.1, it tells you personnel safety is a primary consideration in system design and in establishing safety-related work practices when performing electrical maintenance for electrical, electronic, and communication systems and equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no informational notes in 70B. Anything that you would think is an informational note is in the annex material. Don't forget about the annex material. All right, so it's not set in stone, but it's in April. Yeah, Chris, you know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you exactly when it is. Because we just had that meeting. So while that's popping up. Okay, so let's talk about, and then, chapter 1 is your administrative. 3 is definitions. 4 is personnel safety. We'll have a whole discussion on that because there's going to be probably discussion on whether or not you're stepping on the toes of 70E. Then you have your general requirements in chapter 5. This is anytime you're doing a maintenance, these are just general requirements for all maintenance. So Chris Folan, are NEC and the 70E the only two that follow the style manual, the National Electrical Code style manual? You know, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to check with Jeff Sargent to find out if those are the only 2 documents. It could be, but I'm not sure. Hey, Willie Snyder, while you've never seen 70B, this is the first time, you can never say that again. So, and I'm just going to go over the overview of the layout because there's an important thing to remember and about the layout here, which can be confusing. I know it was confusing to me, but I'm going to try to help you understand how it bounces around a little bit. So Chapter 5 are your general requirements. What you have in Chapter 5 is reference to your electrical maintenance program. Just like in 70E, you have a safe work practices, you have your safety program, or you have an electrical maintenance program, an EMP. And then you have the condition of maintenance. You have your principles for your EMP, everything that's related to your electrical maintenance program. So we define the electrical maintenance program in Chapter 5, general requirements. Then we talk about the personnel. This is Super Saturday. I got to get a button for that. And that's Willie Snyder making me confirmed. Yes. So Ryan Jackson confirmed. NEC style manual is 70. Is only the National Electrical Code and 70E. Thank you, Ryan Jackson, for that follow-up. Okay, so I'm just going to put my comments up here so I can see the chat going on the Google Meets. And if you wanted to be a part of Google Meets, you got to go out to thomasdimitrovich.com and sign up over there. It's free. I just need you on the list in Z formation. All right. Electrical. So 5, you have your 5 point. Where's 5? Chapter 5. Yeah, I didn't put the sections in there. So you're defining your electrical maintenance program. You're defining who the people are for, like, your EMP coordinator, the maintenance personnel. You talk about training in Chapter 5. So these are all general requirements. Surveys and analysis. We talk about your acceptance testing and reporting, and equipment cleaning, general equipment cleaning, and cleaning personnel. So, and we'll try to help formulate that as we start typing over here. So just bear with me. Chapter 6 is your power systems analysis studies. So in here is where you'll have your single line diagram. And this was important to me. If you have watched anything on my channel, I keep pounding on the single line diagram. And the reason is because I have been a victim of an unmaintained system single line diagram and wasted time. Although I got more money out of it because I had to go back to the client and say, I've been using drawings that are not up to date, and I need to update these, and I need more money, and they gave me more money, but it's really important. The single line diagram needs to be updated, and I'm trying to make them requirements. And so there's comments in here about the single line diagram, the short circuit study, the coordination study, the load flow study, the reliability studies, incident energy analyses, and the electrical maintenance related design. I don't know what the heck that is, but we'll talk about it. So that's the system studies. Then you get into fundamental tests in Chapter 7. Now, fundamental tests, this is where you're going to find the information important for torque, right? And we talked about it. I think torque verification is in here. You have contact resistance tests that are in here. Anything. So the bolted bus connections. So you have fundamental tests, which is the scope of 7. Then you have the bolted bus connections, and bolted bus connections. I can test, or I can review the adequacy of bolted bus connections through infrared thermography, thermal sensors that might be monitored on the equipment, contact resistance by millivolt drop tests, or torque verification. I'm saying these are all options that are covered under determination. Then you have newly installed threaded hardware torque values. You have then you get out of, now that's the connection. That is the, what do they call that? What's the tape of this chapter? This section, bolted bus connections. So 7.2 is bolted bus connections. 7.3 are conductor terminations and connectors. And again, there you have infrared, thermal sensors, contact resistance testing, torque verifications, whether or not it's a newly installed threaded hardware torque values. And then 7.4 is insulation resistance quality. And again, you have your insulation resistance testing that's done. You have infrared. No, that's not thermography. So just your insulated, that's your insulation for equipment rated up to 1,000 volts, the quality of electrical insulation. So this is the quality of the insulation. And then 7.5 deals with infrared thermography. I made a bunch of comments to 7.5 because I think it's severely underwhelming. But infrared thermography is addressed in 7.5. So you got 5 first level subdivisions there. All right, so that's 7.5. So that's chapter 7. So anywhere in any of these chapters, when it says you need to do infrared thermography, if you want to know, or it references a test, you're going to go back to chapter 7 to understand what that test is and what needs to be performed. So it's sort of it's a generic requirement that applies anytime you're doing fundamental tests. Field testing and test methods. So this is when you're doing field testing. This is chapter 8. Any field testing or any field test method is going to be covered in this. They talk about the safety considerations. They point you back to 4, personnel safety for field testing, electrical testing, risk assessment, unique elements. So prior to beginning work, a risk assessment shall consider the following unique elements related to hazards associated with electrical equipment maintenance tasks. They have electrical, X-ray and overpotential, mechanical, stored energy and mass energy, chemical, SF6 and electrolytes, environmental, asbestos, SF6 gas, insulating fluids, etc. So that's in 8.3. 8.4, testing category types. You have now, and this is important, because when we start looking at each of the products, you're going to see a testing category 1, 1A, 2, or 2A. 1 is an online standard test. That means you're always going to do it. If you see a test that's identified for, say, a circuit breaker, and it says category 1, that means it's an online, meaning it's energized. It has to be on, and it's a standard test. You're going to do it. Category 1A is an online enhanced test. And category 1A, anytime you see a category 1A in the tables, and as we go through this document, we're going to be referencing a 1A, which would be, and how it was related to me was, let's say that I do a standard test, and my test results sort of like, let's say I look at my test results and I go, I'm close to the limits. I might elect to do the enhanced test, and online means it's energized. So that is whenever you are sitting down saying, okay, I've done this test. The results I think are questionable, or I'm pushing the limits. So I'm going to do an enhanced test just to make sure that everything is fine. But that is not required. It's enhanced. Category 2 is an offline test. So a category 2 is an offline standard test, meaning the breaker or the switch gear or whatever it is that I'm maintaining is not energized, and it's a standard test. You're required to do it. 2A is an offline enhanced test. So you got to remember that. And as I did, I kept forgetting what they were, and I had to keep going back to chapter 8 and remember 1 is online standard, 2 is offline standard. I don't know why, I just could not figure that out. And then you have your online standard tests, and then those are defined here in chapter 8. Qualifications of testing personnel is in chapter 8. The test record is in chapter 8. The condition of maintenance indication is in chapter 8. You have serviceable, limited service, and non-serviceable, etc. So chapter 8 is your field testing and test methods. And I think the most important thing that you'll probably reference out of chapter 8 throughout 70B is the category 1, 1A, 2, and 2A. I was wondering if the style manual applied to 70E. The NEC style manual does apply to 70E, doesn't apply to 70B. Okay, that's chapter 8. Chapter 9 is hazardous locations. Okay, so chapter 9 is your hazardous locations, and it has anything associated with hazardous lock. So it's kind of nice that they put everything into one chapter for us. Chapter 10. Now, this is a very important chapter. Chapter 10 is maintenance intervals. So what you will see in chapter 10 is a large table that deals with frequency of maintenance. So what we did, if you go to 70B, NFPA 70B, and you look at the actual document for 70B that is currently published, chapter 10 is power quality. So you'll notice how we moved things around, and I got to find where those maintenance intervals are in. I don't know if they're. Oh wait, there it is, chapter 12. I'm just looking to see where that maintenance interval table was. Nope, it's not chapter 12. Testing and test methods, chapter 11. I can't remember what table, what section it was. Frequency. I saw frequency. I saw frequency of tests. Optimum cycle depends on many factors. CL1. Ah, yeah, it's in the appendix. So switchgear assemblies annually. So we took the table that was in Appendix L, L1, table L1, L1 Hubbard, and we basically made it a table in chapter 10. So 10 deals with maintenance intervals. Now, the challenge that we had is, what is a minimum requirement? Because what was annex material for all of the different types of equipment were, think about what was 70B in the past, it was a recommended practice. So we had to come up with something that could be referred to as a requirement. So we modified the timetable for example, all equipment, infrared thermography. If it's condition 1, which you're going to say, what is condition 1? Condition 1 is defined here in this chapter, I believe. Condition 1. Where is condition 1? Condition 1. Specified in accordance with condition 1. Where is the definition of condition 1? Condition 1. Here is oh, wait a second. Equipment condition assessment. Here we go. Condition 1. So condition 1 is when the equipment appears in like new condition, the enclosure is clean, dry, and tight, the equipment type is suitable for the environment, the equipment is not subject to harsh chemicals. So, and then condition 2 is the enclosure appears to be deteriorated due to age. There's evidence of prior arcing or overheating. There's loose or bound equipment parts. And then condition 3 talks about there's active arcing, severe corrosion, etc. So the way the table is laid out is you have equipment down the first column, what work you're going to be performing, like if it's mechanical operation, if you're just doing a visual inspection, if you're doing maintenance and testing. And then the intervals change based upon the condition of the equipment. So if it's like brand new, for example, infrared thermography, they say to do it every 12 months. They say to do it every 12 months. If it's condition 2, it's still every 12 months. If it's condition 3, you have to do it every 6 months. So typically what will happen is condition 1 is your longest duration, and then the duration gets shorter as you get to condition 2 and 3 because your equipment is not in a good state. So that's basically how you're reading this table. So now you may say, I have to infrared all of my equipment annually, even if it's brand spanking new and it's in a beautiful environment and the equipment is brand new. And we may say, well, yeah, it can look new, but if you didn't terminate things correctly, if you didn't do the torque, then you still want to do that thermography, and you might have to do things on a rotating scale, blah, 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 blah. So in any case, but when you get into these other areas like cycling, for example, mechanical operation of a molded case, insulated case circuit breaker, they tell you every 60 months, which is 5 years, you need to cycle, mechanically operate that circuit breaker. If it's in condition 2, so that was condition 1. Condition 2 is every 3 years. And if it's in condition 3, you have to do it every year. So that is, that's how this table is functioning. Now, what you'll recognize is that you'll notice the chapters after, see, what is it? After chapter 10, you get into each piece of equipment has its own chapter. Chapter 11 is power and distribution transformers. Chapter 12 is substations and switchgear. 13 is panel boards and switchboards. 14 is busway. 15 is circuit breakers, low and medium voltage. 16 is fuses. So all the different pieces of equipment have their own chapter associated with the maintenance. And then as you read each of the chapters around each piece of equipment, it will refer back to chapter 10. It will refer back to chapter 8 for any test methods. It'll refer back to chapter 7 for those torque specifications. It will refer back to chapter 4 for personnel safety, etc. Right? So anything after chapter 10 is a specific piece of equipment, and it will reference back to earlier chapters, and it can supplement, modify too, right? So I think that how the way I want to approach the reference material. So wait a second. Chris Fullen says none of these tests are required. The EMP is, hold on, I got to look up. I got to go up. Willie Snyder, okay. None of these tests are required. The EMP is where one would find what equipment is being tested and what test will be done, correct? Okay, I get where your head's at, Chris. So what Chris is saying, and I here's what the analogy that I've been drawing, right, wrong, or indifferent. NFPA, how I reference 70E, I'll tell people 70E has if you were a cook if you were a cook in the kitchen, 70E is equivalent to the ingredients. That document is equivalent to the ingredients for whatever it is you're going to cook. So if I'm going to make, if I'm a bread baker, my 70E equivalent would be all of the ingredients that go into making bread. My safe work practice, my safety plan incorporates some, but not all, of what 70E has to offer, because 70E has a lot more than just what it takes to make bread. 70E tells you how to make pasta, how to make an Italian dinner, a whole full course meal, right? For an army, right? But if I'm only making a meal for my family, I'm going to use parts and pieces of 70E to develop my safe work practices. I look at the electric maintenance program the same way. 70B has everything, right? It tells you everything that you need to do. And I'm going to put together my electrical maintenance program, which was where in chapter 5.2 talks about the electrical maintenance program. It tells me that the equipment owner has to implement and document the overall EMP, It says that the electrical maintenance program has to include elements to verify that the electrical equipment or systems have been inspected to comply with applicable codes and standards, installation requirements. It tells me that I need to include elements that consider current condition of maintenance, right? So the EMP is your plan. I don't need chapter 22 lighting or 23 lighting control systems if I have no lighting in my application. I don't need to worry about chapter 25, the UPS, uninterruptible power supplies, if I don't have any UPSs on my premises, right? So I'm going to develop an EMP program that's going to leverage 70B. And I have to look at it that way because there are many locations. For example, let's take switches. What it says, and what we've tried to do in all of these sections, on all of these chapters, the chapter 17 on switches, the scope says that this chapter identifies electrical maintenance requirements for enclosed and dead front safety switches, bolted pressure switches, high pressure contact switches rated 1,000 volts or less, and switches used in metal enclosed load interrupter switchgear rated over 1,000 volts. So that's the scope. And then there's a 17.1.2 that says this chapter is not intended to duplicate or supersede manufacturer's instructions or industry consensus standards. So if I have a switch and the manufacturer says you're going to operate this switch every day for the rest of its life after installation, I'm going to follow the manufacturer's instructions, not the instructions that are in here that tells me I can do it every 5 years, if you see what I mean. So 70B is going to help me understand the ingredients that are going to go into my electrical maintenance program. Robert from Omaha says, condition of maintenance versus operating condition. How does 70B help? Condition of maintenance versus operating condition. Condition of maintenance versus operating condition. Condition of maintenance versus operating condition. I am trying to, let's go to definitions and let's see what we have defined. Condition of maintenance is the state of the electrical equipment considering the manufacturer's instructions, manufacturer's recommendations, and applicable industry codes, standards, and recommended practices. That comes out of 70E. So that is, and I'm in definitions. So here's what I'm going to do. Since we're talking, and I know we're talking, I'm going to add some of these into this document because normal text. Condition of maintenance is a defined term, and I'm going to make that heading 1. I'm going to make that heading 2. The state of equipment, the state of the electrical equipment considering the manufacturer's instructions, manufacturer's recommendations, and applicable industry codes. So that's condition of maintenance. You're asking about operating condition. I've not heard operating. I don't know what you mean by operating condition. Tell me what you think operating condition is, and then I can try to help you understand if a 70B addresses operating condition, because we don't define operating condition. Now, a lot of the definitions that you see are either taken out of 70 or 70E. That's in chapter 3. So many of the definitions are taken from NFPA 70 and NFPA 70E and are indicated as such. And condition of maintenance is a good example. They put 70E, 2021 at the end of that. So, all right. So that's sort of how this is laid out. And I think I'm trying to think of a good way to approach this document. If I start in administrative, maybe that's a good place to start. and then work our way down. I'll skip definitions and we'll come back to definitions as we go, because I don't think it's we did define condition of maintenance, because I think that's an important term. But let's take a look at scope. Trying to look at the time. So remember, at 4:00, I'm going to put the mid-cycle in. So what we've done so far is we know how the document is laid out. We know that after Chapter 10, it's specific equipment. Chapter 10 is a critically important chapter. Chapter 7 is critically important, fundamental tests. Chapter 8 is critically important. So 7, 8, and 10, 9 is Haslock. We get that. 5 is general requirements. But 7, 8, and 10 are going to be continuously referenced when we start looking at equipment. So what I want to do is first just go over the administrative. We'll walk down through this. We'll get into chapter. I'm going to skip 2, 3, and 4, and then I'm going to go to general requirements in chapter 5. And then I think I'm going to skip system studies. I'm going to hit chapter 7. So our let's just do this. I'll do this. Our plan of discussion would be chapter 1, administration. Then we'll hit chapter 5, general. Then we'll hit chapter 7, fundamental tests. Then we'll hit chapter 8, field testing and test methods. Then we will jump to chapter 10, and that's your maintenance intervals. And then we're going to go product by product. And whatever products we start with will be based on, I don't know, if I don't get suggestions, if somebody doesn't say, hey, let's, operating environment condition is addressed, Ryan says. Operating condition, the condition of equipment. So Robert, you're clarifying your question. Operating condition is the condition of equipment under operating condition. Condition of maintenance is more like how often. See, I look at condition of maintenance as the condition of the equipment. What's the level of condition? You're looking at condition of maintenance as how often and regular maintenance needs to be conducted. What's the definition? No, condition of maintenance, how 70B looks at condition of maintenance, is the state of the electrical equipment, considering the manufacturer's instructions, recommendations, applicable industry codes and standards, recommended practices. So it's the state of the electrical equipment, not how often you do something. And then so I would say that Robert, 70B doesn't agree with your definition of condition of maintenance. And you say operating condition is the condition of the equipment under operating condition. So I think that they flip the terms on you, that your perspective of operating condition is being the condition of the equipment is condition of maintenance, is the way 70B looks at the condition of maintenance. Your topic of the condition of how often and regular maintenance operating condition is, how often maintenance is performed is the actual maintenance program. And to Ryan Jackson's point, operating environment condition, we consider the environment as an influencer on how often you might need to do maintenance on a piece of equipment. So I hope that helps. Condition of equipment under operation or usage. So hopefully that's how they're using. When you say what's the condition of maintenance, you're not saying how often are you maintaining something. You're saying what is its condition. Okay, so chapter 1. Okay, so chapter 1, the scope, the standard covers the development, implementation, and operation of an electrical maintenance program. The purpose. So I gotta figure out how to write this. So this is the development, implementation, and operation of an electrical maintenance program. And EMP is an important acronym to remember what they mean by EMP. It's not an emergency medical professional. It is an electrical maintenance program. The purpose, the purpose of the standard is the practical safeguarding of persons, property, and processes from the risks associated with failure, breakdown, or malfunction, and to provide a means to establish an acceptable condition of maintenance of electrical equipment and systems to address safety and reliability. So that is an important. So what it's there again. It's practical safeguarding. So the key words are practical safeguardings of persons, property, and processes associated with the risks of failure, breakdown, malfunction, and provide a means to establish an acceptable condition of maintenance of electrical equipment and systems to address safety and reliability. So those are your key primary bullet points associated with the purpose of the document. Now, application. Okay, so this is, you've got to understand where it applies and where it doesn't apply, right? Maintenance for electrical, electronic, communication systems, equipment, systems and equipment, not intended to duplicate or supersede instructions that manufacturers normally provide. That is important. We try to pepper that everywhere because here's what we discussed at the panel. And remember, anything I say is not on the behalf of NFPA. It's not on behalf of Eaton. It's not on behalf of IEI or any other organization that I'm involved with. Everything I say on this channel is me, my opinions only. I need like a little blurb to go up. Anyway, we had a lot of discussions around the fact that I might have a manufacturer's instructions that are more stringent than what 70B requires. Or it could be that they're less stringent than what 70B requires. I should be following the manufacturer's instructions, that this document is not intended to supersede those instructions. The systems and equipment that are covered are typical of those installed in industrial plants, institutional and commercial buildings, large multifamily residential complexes. All right. I think we lost somebody over there. Yes. All right. So that is where we stand on that. Now, equivalency, consumer appliances and equipment, right? So not intended to duplicate or supersede, not covered are consumer appliances and equipment intended for use in the home. So this is not going to cover the toaster. You don't follow 70B to determine the maintenance of your toaster. Toaster's not included. Equivalency. Nothing in this standard is intended to prevent the use of systems, methods, or devices of equivalent or superior quality, effectiveness, and safety over those prescribed in the standard. And then you got units of measure, secondary units of measure. So you got primary and secondary, and then unit application of enforcement. So, US inch pounds, all that good stuff. So that's just administrative stuff. So I will fill out those two. I'll try to come up with some sentences for that and the chapter. So, but chapter 1 administrative what it doesn't do is tell us what applies to where, right? So remember, Article 90 of the code says 1 through 4 apply generally, 5 through 7, blah, blah, blah. That you're not going to find that in chapter 1 of this document. Okay, so now we're going to skip reference publications. We're going to skip definitions until we have to come back to them. We're going into general requirements in chapter 5. General requirements. All right, so what we have here, I'll just do the highlight. 5.1 are general requirements. 5.2 is electrical maintenance program, EMP. 5.3 is personnel. 5.4 is survey and analysis. 5.5 is planned inspections. 5.6 is acceptance test report. 5.7 guidelines and impact of additions, rework to retrofitting equipment. Ooh. 5.8 equipment cleaning. It is important that you clean your equipment carefully. You're dealing with electrical equipment. Very important to make sure that you clean it well. Ryan, thanks. Oh, Ryan left. Chris Foland, something I want to keep in mind as we go through chapter 5 is there is some language that will allow an EMP program choose what equipment may be exempt from certain tests or all tests. As a Department of Energy facility, we have some unoccupied buildings that tests should not be required while unoccupied. We have some equipment that we choose to run to failure. If I remember correctly, exceptions are not allowed in this style menu. Exceptions. That's a good question. 70B. Let's go to 70B. 70B. Isn't there a more 70B next edition? First draft, second draft, motions, technical committee, committee scope, guidelines. Chris, I have to find out. General committee member information. I gotta find out what this one. I think what this follows is regulations governing the development of NFPA standards. I think this is it right here. Regulations governing the development of NFPA standards. So what I'm going to do is Control C. I'm going to put this at the top of our document because I do have to address I do have to address what you're speaking to. Reference guides for development of this document. Right, so I am going to make that, yep, and I'm going to make this a body, normal text, Control V. So I have the regulations, and that is, what's that called? Regulations governing, Control C, Control V. Regulations governing the development of NFPA standards. So let's do a search in here for exceptions. Exception for global revisions. Exception for global revisions. Supplementary ballot. When Standards Council, no. That's not, this isn't it. I gotta find the reference document. I'm not sure what the right reference document is, Chris. Guide for conduct of participants, standards directory, manual of style for technical committee. I think this is the document here. Hey, what's up?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's 4 o'clock here. I got 1 more hour.
Yeah, but what were you going to do at your Menti code?
Oh, crap. Jeez. All right, Menti code, middle. There's the number. 3599 50 and 4. Menti code is 3599 50 and 4. Get your mentees in. Get mentied up. That's for those who want a certificate. I will be looking at that. And
Hey,
what?
is there really a guy Johnny at Mentimeter, or is that some kind of alias? Because Johnny at Mentimeter is the one that sends back all your results.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, you never seen that?
No.
I'll forward you.
Oh, man. Johnny. It must be. He must be a real person. So, yeah. So I think you know, I'm going to put this up there, and I'm going to talk to Jeff Sargent, but I believe this is what we're following. The manual of style for NFPA technical committee documents. And I'll put the link in here. Control C, Control V. So, and what this tells us is Chapter 1 of the Manual of Style shall address the structure of NFPA. Oh, I know what we'll do. Remember, we said Chapter 3 is definitions. So let's go to Chapter 3. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, definitions. There it is. So that's what this is following right here. It is following this document, which is the Manual of Style for NFPA Technical Committee documents. So in our earlier discussion, the National Electrical Code and 70B follow the National Electrical Code Style Manual. 70B follows the Manual of Style for NFPA Technical Committee documents. Well, we blew the roof off of that mystery. All right, so you guys and gals got the Menti code. Okay, so there's the Manual of Style. This is this tells us what each of the sections. That's why Chapter 3 is definitions and not Chapter 1. What else is in here? Chapter 1 is administration. Look at that. Chapter 1, administration. So this basically goes through what the Chapter 1 shall include the following sections: scope, purpose, application, retroactivity. Let's look at this. Scope, purpose, application. We have equivalency. There's no retroactivity. There is equivalency. Units and formulas. We got units of measure. And we don't have enforcement requirement. So that's how it's laid out. That's all I have to say about that. All right. And then there's definitions. So numbering systems, mandate. So let's look at exceptions, Control F. That's how we went to exceptions. All right. So, Mr. Foland, if you do not remember correctly, it says exceptions shall be permitted only where the exception represents an allowance or required alternate procedure to a general rule when limited specified conditions apply. Where the rewording of exceptions as requirements or removal of exceptions will not change the technical requirements of the document, exceptions shall be reworded as requirements or removed. Exceptions shall not be permitted to be used in place of several multiple requirements where the intent is to break up long sentences and incorporate a single rule that applies generally. So there is a section in here on exceptions. So that's kind of cool. I'm glad. Thank you for asking the questions. Which additional, okay, so of 70B. So 70B that I'm looking at online is the 20, I believe it's titled the, oh wait, no. Oh yeah, I believe it's going to be the 2023 edition. I find it hard to believe, but if I look at 70B, if I look at the 70B main page, right, 70B next edition, it says next edition, it says that second draft will be published November 2nd, 2022. And oh yeah. Yeah. So look, the NITMAMs are going to be posted January 11th, 2023. This will be voted on in 2023. So this looks like it will be 2024. So my text was wrong. It is 2024. 70B-2024. Yep, that's what this is. So we're not going to be reviewing the results of the second draft at the annual meeting this year for obvious reasons. We're just meeting for second draft. So that's all I have to say about that. Okay, thanks for the question. And if you have 70B 2019, that's good because that's the latest version, and that is this version right here that I have through NFPA link. What you can do is look at what I'm typing in this document, and you can reference the existing 70B, and you'll see the changes. So I'll just tell you right now, the chapters have all changed, and I should do. That's what I'm going to do. Overview of chapters. I am going to. I'm going to do an overview. NFPA 70B reorganization. Right? So, wish there was an easy way to get those. Chapter 1, chapter, here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to get out there. Control C, and I'm going to go back up. And I'm going to create a table. Create a table. Insert table. And I'm going to do a control. Can I do it paste without formatting? I can. Look at that. Okay. What I am going to do, I'm going to take this out because I think what would be very helpful is if I have the chapters listed, and then on the left, on the way it is now, And then on the right, I'll do NEC, NFPA 70B-2024, NFPA 70B-2019. So I will go through and I'm not going to type it right now, but I'll do the comparison between the first revision and or the previous edition and the first and this edition in a table right up front so you can see what's changed. For example, chapter 10 is maintenance intervals, and it used to be power quality. So power quality is no longer there. So we changed and moved the chapters around and added some new chapters, subtracted some chapters. I will put a table in the front of this book to cover what has changed from a structure perspective. Okay, so we went through administrative. Chapter 2, we skipped chapter 2 and 3. We're going to 5. So in 5.8, I believe that's all that there was. There's 8 sections in chapter 5. All right, so let's take a look at chapter. I'm looking at the second. So chapter 5. Power quality is now Annex J. Perfect. Yes, it is now Annex J. So power quality was moved to Annex J. This is going to be cool. It's going to be cool. All right, so chapter 5. In the absence, so equipment shall be installed and maintained. That's general requirements. In the absence of manufacturer's instructions, equipment shall be maintained in accordance with industry consensus standards. In the absence of manufacturer's instructions, equipment shall be. Oh, there's 2 sentences. So that's okay. That's 2 sentences. So electrical maintenance program. So let's do this. 5.1, general requirements. Equipment must be installed, maintained, and used in accordance with manufacturer instructions. Also applicable codes and standards. Pretty motherhood and apple pie on that one. 2. Okay, and then 5.2. Oh, and also in the absence of manufacturer instructions, equipment must be maintained in accordance with industry and census standards. And that's all we have to say about that. So that's your general requirements. And it's just referencing manufacturer's instructions. Again, very important piece of the puzzle. 5.2, the electrical maintenance program. Now, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a 5.2.1. General. There are general requirements. 5.2.2 is inspection. 5.2.3 is condition of maintenance. 5.2.4 are EMP principles. I'm almost thinking 5.2.4 EMP principles probably should be right after general. But anyway, we'll look at what it requires. 5.2.5 is EMP controls. 5.2.6 is incident investigations. 5.2.7 is EMP audit. Got to audit. All right. Those are the sections within 5.2. So I'll make those heading 3. It's 5.3. That should be heading 2. I don't like the height of it. We'll fix that later. Okay. So in 5.2, we got general. Okay, so in general, 5.2.1, the equipment owner implements. So the owner is responsible. Owner is responsible for implementing and documenting an overall EMP. That directs activity appropriate to the safety and operational risks. The EMP must direct the activity that is appropriate for the safety operational risks. So I'm not sure I like the way that's written, but that's what it says. Well, it's not exactly what I wrote here, but you get the gist. And it says that equipment-specific maintenance tasks shall be developed utilizing the information gathered during the inspection. Recognizes that there may be equipment-specific maintenance tasks that must be developed. And it says that during the inspection, so there's a process where you're going to have to look at your equipment, and then that's when you're going to ascertain what you might need to do for any individual specific pieces of equipment. All right, that's 5.2.1. Actually, 5.2.1, the equipment owner shall risks. This is actually X. This is actually a part of the inspection. Include elements to verify the electrical equipment system have been inspected to comply. Yeah, so the EMP shall include elements to verify that electrical equipment or systems have been inspected to comply with the. So there has to be, must be developed. Power quality must be developed. Yeah, there. Equipment owner. So the equipment owner is responsible for the EMP, but the EMP has to include elements to verify. There has to be an inspection process identified as part of the EMP. The inspection process verifies that the equipment or systems comply with applicable installation codes and standards. So what that's telling you is that, thanks, David. So this is, I mean, what this says is equipment that it says that equipment or systems have to be inspected to comply with the applicable installation codes and standards. So that's the National Electrical Code. So you need to have an inspection process. So even if you're outside of the jurisdiction of the National Electrical Code, you say you don't, for example, like, I don't know, here in West Virginia, they don't inspect inside the residence. They do the services. So if I was looking at from a maintenance perspective in this facility, they're not looking inside, but I would still need it inspected to make sure that it meets the installation codes and standards, even though maybe my state doesn't, require it. But if I'm going to perform maintenance, I need to make sure that the equipment is installed correctly. So I think the takeaway here is it is important that the installation meet installation requirements before maintenance can be considered. If the equipment is not installed correctly, the we call it the maintenance intervals, test methods, fundamental tests, and all that 70B brings to the table is not applicable. Right? I mean, it's the same thing for 70E. If I don't install my equipment correctly, if it doesn't meet the minimum requirements, then my safe work practices can't be successful because my equipment is not properly installed. So this section 5.2 is saying you need to inspect the installation against the installation codes and standards and make sure that it's correct. And during the inspection, you may find equipment that requires equipment-specific maintenance tasks, and those have to be documented and developed. Okay, I like it. All right, so it's sort of what does the language in 521 operation risk mean to me? 521, the equipment owner shall implement and document an overall EMP that directs activity appropriate to the safety and operational risks. Operational risks. Oh, so the way I would read that, Chris, and remember when I first wrote 5.2.1, when I looked at it, I'm struggling with the operational risks as well, because think about what is risk. 70E tells us risk is likelihood and severity, right? Associated with getting hurt. So, ooh, is that cold? So, operational, appropriate to the safety and operational risks. So operational risks, likelihood and severity from an operational perspective. So I think that the activity, here's how I would break this down. The activity would have to be appropriate based upon risks. For example, if I'm going to perform a certain type of maintenance on a piece of equipment that has a high likelihood and a high severity of injuring somebody, I will probably adjust my maintenance procedures appropriately. I don't think that this sentence is written correctly, having reading it now. I think that, in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this over, because I think that in my opinion, Control X, I am going to put this is 5.2.1. I'm going to because I'm going to put quotes and quotes. I'm going to say that really what that probably should say is the equipment owner shall implement and document an overall EMP that takes that takes under consideration safety of that directs activity what would you say? Appropriate. Oh, appropriate's already there. Appropriate for the safety of maintenance personnel. Considering the risks associated with the maintenance activities. Period. And I would strike this out. That's my suggested change on that. Would you safety to so appropriate. This is all new. Underscore format text underline. All of that is. I think that reads better. Felix says, is not the risk that is inherent to a task. So Felix, one of our panel members believes that this is the language that allows you to run to failure, but I don't think this is accomplished with this statement. So Chris, you're saying that somebody thinks that this language is what lets you run a piece of equipment to failure. No. I would agree with you. I don't think that it gets you there. And Felix, I think that you're right, that it's the risk inherent to the tasks. And that's why I in my opinion, the equipment owner shall implement and document an overall EMP that directs activity appropriate for the safety of maintenance, considering appropriate, maybe not for, appropriate or not appropriate, that considers the safety of maintenance personnel not considers, that addresses. It's that addresses. And I would delete this sentence. The equipment owner shall implement and document an overall EMP that directs activity appropriate. No. That directs activity that addresses the safety of maintenance personnel, considering the risks associated with the maintenance activities. So that's sort of what I think that they're trying to say here. When they say the equipment owner shall implement and document an overall EMP that directs activity appropriate to the safety and operational risks. I can see what you're saying, though. Safety and operational risks, meaning that operational risks address. I see what you're saying. Here's what I'm going to do.
I think the operational is going to, like, their normal day-to-day operation, not the person.
Yeah, and so I'm taking it to consider the person, but what this and what Chris Foland is saying, I think I see what he's saying here. He's saying that operational risks may include, or some people are trying to draw this conclusion, may include a fire pump that has a purpose such that its importance drives the system to operate that pump to failure if necessary, right? So I think, and I would relate that to a fire pump as an example to say, look, your operational risk is. You're right, Chris. It might need some annex material to explain.
Would it better that that's in some kind of a note that says fire pump is?
Well, I'm just using a fire pump as an example, but what you might say is like if I'm a steel mill and say, look, I don't know.
Well, process equipment obviously has operational risks.
Yeah.
Chemical plant process.
Yeah. February, March. Our meeting is April 25th through the 29th. 70B second draft meetings are going to be April 25th through the 29th. So that's on my calendar from Chris Kowash. So, all right. So the owner. So what we know here, I'm just going to do this. We know the owner is responsible for implementing the EMP. We know that, and we recognize this recognizes that operational risks may include equipment that must run to failure. But that doesn't mean you don't maintain it. I'm struggling with this. Example. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say directs activity appropriate to the safety and operational risks. I think this need to clarify what we mean here. Are we talking running to failure of the equipment? Are we talking safety of the personnel? So I don't know. If it is personnel, then we need to rewrite it. But if it is what we're thinking, that the operational risks, I mean, even if I'm going to run it to failure, I still, that doesn't mean I don't maintain it. Like my fire pump, I would want to maintain it. I might have to take special provisions to say, look, if I'm going to maintain this, I need to get a backup supply. I need to figure out a way to pump water if I need it, if I take this pump out of service. Anyway, okay, that's sort of where my head's at on that one. But good question, and that was worth going down that road. 5.2.2.2.2.2.2 inspection. That's what that's emphasizing. It's 3. Yep, hitting 3. All right, condition of maintenance. Thank you, David Engelhardt. All right, 5.2.3. Remember, we're in electric maintenance preventive program. Shall include elements that consider current condition of maintenance of electrical equipment and systems, as well as the potentially safety and operational risks to maintenance and operational personnel. Sometimes I think we build problems. So this is telling us that the EMP has to include elements that consider current condition of maintenance of electrical equipment. Current condition of maintenance of electrical equipment. and current condition of maintenance of systems, as well as the potential safety and operational risks to maintenance and personal and operational personnel. Operational personnel? So if I was on a job site, you probably wouldn't qualify me as an operational personnel because I just want to sit down and do nothing. What's an operational personnel? The potential safety and operational risks to maintenance and operational personnel. What the heck are we talking about? And I wonder, I'm going to see if there's any changes suggested for 5.2.3. 5.2. No, nobody made any suggested changes to 5.2.3. So, condition of maintenance is the state of operating condition in the environment it is in. Robert from Omaha. Condition of maintenance. Yeah, so what they're saying here is that the EMP has to include elements that consider the current condition of maintenance of electrical equipment. So that means that my current condition could be in a state of disrepair, right? I could have a rusted enclosure, I could have loose wires, I could have a lot of stuff going on, and I could say, look, I need to adjust my maintenance protocols. I need to watch this equipment more closely because it's looking like it's on its last leg. And you're probably, hopefully, planning for its replacement. And I know that it will be replaced with Eaton only equipment. Just saying. So that's what this is basically saying. It has to consider the current condition of maintenance, the current condition of maintenance of the system, and the potential safety and operational risks to maintenance and operational personnel. I am at a loss on this last one. There's no annex material at all for this. I got to do some homework on this one. I will do some homework on it. Now they get into principles. Loose screws and signs of impending failure. Here's the thing. If you have a loose screw, that means you need to tighten it. You might be right, Robert. You might be right. I'm struggling with that one. All right, 5.2.4, EMP principles. Never violate your principles. Okay, so you have to identify the principles upon which the EMP is based. Also, identify the goals that are to be achieved. All right. The nose is tickling. All right. They identify the EMP shall include the following elements. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do this. The EMP must include the following elements. Laws are based on principles. Laws can change. Principles do not. That's right. Laws are based on principles. Laws can change, but your principles should always stay the same. So here's my point on this. Do the contents of 524 really speak to principles? Right? So it says the EMP shall be designed to function in conjunction with the applicable electrical safety program. So the EMP must be aligned with the electrical safety program. NFPA 70E document, right? So that's a fundamental principle. You can't violate 70E. EMP. And then it says you have to include the following elements. An electrical safety program that addresses the condition of maintenance. Identification of personnel responsible for implementing each element of the program. Survey and analyses of electrical equipment and systems to determine the maintenance requirements and priorities. Developed and documented maintenance procedures. A plan of inspections, servicing, and suitable tests. A maintenance equipment and personnel documentation and records retention policy. A process to prescribe, implement, and document corrective measures based on collected data, and then a process for incorporating design for maintainability, and then a program. Are these principles? I don't know if these are principles. Remember, you said that laws can change, principles stay the same. I'm struggling with this. Following elements are these principles. Would you consider human error also? Well, I would say principle equals first in order of importance. Principles. Let's do this. What is the definition of Webster definition of principle? A principle is the definition of principle, most important. Of relating to or constituting principle or principle. A person who is, that's a noun, a person who is controlling authority, a matter or thing of primary importance. Okay, so these are of primary importance. Most important, consequential, or influential. So if I go back to this, what is a principle? That's the first thing. A principle. What are principles? Webster defines principles. Principle as a matter or thing of primary importance. Also, got a kitty cat with glasses on. Most important, consequential, or influential. Most important, consequential, or influential. Normal. What is a principle? What are principles? Merriam-Webster says principle as a matter or thing of primary importance, and most important, consequential, or influential. So these are most important items. Identify the principles upon which EMP is based. Also identify the goals that are to be achieved. EMP must be aligned with the electrical safety program, so that's important. And okay, so now I think these make a little bit more sense to me. Chris Foland, hey, we lost John Grenier. Chris Foland, yes, I'm going to be doing 70B periodically this year. So what I'm planning on doing, all of 3 of these documents, my goal is at the end of the year, well, for 70, I'll have a NFPA 70 document done. For 70B, I'm going to wrap up the first draft stuff here before the second draft is over and published, and then I'll put this out. And then so what I'm planning on doing is making this a living document, and I'm going to continue this. I'll do periodically sessions, 2-hour sessions, one on each of these documents, and I'm going to pepper them through. So that's why you got to get out to thomasdimitrovich.com. Anybody out there who wants to be involved and know when I'm going to be talking about what, sign up, and we'll send you the invites. All right, so those are the principles. These, when you say principles, these are the most important items. These are the most important, the consequential, the influential, the primary important things that you need to consider in your EMP. It has to align with the electrical safety program. It has to address the condition of maintenance. The safety program has to address the condition of maintenance. You have to identify the personnel. So the people who are doing the work, is important that they are identified and qualified. You have to do a survey. So I'm getting this now. I'm getting it. All right. And you can see how that slide deck is going to come out. So I'm liking it. And we can write a section in here on we're going to need some text to explain why these are the most important items to be included in the EMP. So that's good for the book, right? The book that we're writing. We are writing a book. Oh, here's my problem, though. So 5.2.4 says, and the goals to be achieved. Also, identify the goals that are to be achieved. We don't identify goals. No goals are identified in this section. You know what? You don't need to. It just says identify the goals. I don't have any goals listed here, but that would be the job of the owner who is responsible for developing the EMP. Okay, controls. Okay, controls. Okay, so once per 5.2.4, we are identifying per 5.2, we're identifying our goals and our principles. 5.2.5 tells us that we need to identify the controls that must be put in place to measure and monitor our success. EMP controls. The EMP shall identify the controls by which it is measured and monitored. The controls. Wow, controls. What is control? Exercise restraint, to have power over, to reduce the incidence, to incorporate suitable controls in. To incorporate controls in an experiment or study. So that is a verb. So it's being used as a verb. Other words, where's the verb? Verb. Restraint. That's the noun. Intransitive verb. Used with for control or okay, to incorporate controls in an experiment or study. That's the method that we're using. So we're using controls as a verb. Transitive verb, intransitive verb. What is an intransitive verb? Not transitive. I should have known that. Characterized by not having or containing a direct object. Wow. All right, so that's how we're using it. You have to put the controls in place to measure, and I think the key thing here is you want to measure and monitor the your maintenance program. Oh, Chris, you got to learn. I tell you what, I took typing in high school. Baby, lucky me. 70E has a hierarchy of control methods versus controls. But it's a control method. This is a control. You have to identify the controls by which it's measured and monitored. Okay. 5.2.6 is your incident investigations. So you have to employ a method to utilize all associated reports for feedback and EMP refinement, including the following: electrical safety incidents, equipment malfunctions, unintended operations or alarms, and operation of protective devices. Incident? I'm not buying this one. Incident investigations. I anticipated investigations to be, after an event, you need to have a plan in place to go and analyze. The EMP shall include a method to utilize all associated reports for feedback and electrical maintenance program refinement, electrical safety incidents, equipment malfunctions, unintended operations or alarms, and operation of protective devices. Okay, so what they want to do is when you have an incident, whether it be an electrical safety hazard or an incident, equipment malfunction, your process was screwed up because, I don't know, the printer got jammed. I don't know, unintended operations or alarms. So an alarm goes off, say a ground fault alarm or something like that. You didn't think it should go off, but you found you have a ground fault. You investigate those incidents, and then you look back at your EMP and refine the requirements. So this section focuses on the continued improvement of the EMP based on electrical incident investigations. It says refinement, including the following. So any type of incident in the power system should stimulate activity to review the EMP for any changes that could have prevented the incident. Right? So if you have a ground fault and you have a ground fault, you go back, you clear it, you do the investigation, you say, why did the ground fault occur? Well, maybe it was because a motor's hinges were loose and you didn't realize it. And you say, well, how do we recognize motor hinges or motor mounts to make sure that those motor mounts are secure for all of our motors on our facility. You come up with a plan on what you would need to do to verify and inspect the motors whenever you're doing maintenance for their mounting, and then you put that into your EMP. Boom. How about near misses, lessons learned, etc.? Why wait for an incident only? That's true. But it says the EMP shall include a method to utilize all associated reports for feedback and EMP refinement, including the following. So they include the following, but we should say including, but not limited to the following. That's going to be a suggested change. There are other ideas. You could have reports of near misses, etc., etc., etc. 5.2.6. So, Chris, you mentioned you in Russian's second draft. So let's take a look at 5.2.6. There is Paul Sullivan put a public input in, and his public comment in, he called it an EMP audit. EMP shall be audited at intervals not to exceed 5 years to verify that the principles and procedures of the EMP comply with this standard. The EMP shall include a method to utilize all associated reports for feedback and EMP refinement, including the following. And I still say it should be including, but not limited to: electrical safety incidents, equipment malfunctions, unintended operation of alarms, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. So he's calling it EMP audit, not incident investigations. And I would agree with that. Yep. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. 4:56. We got 4 more minutes. And then Super Saturday is over. Mentimeter. I'm going to throw Mentimeter up.
Super Saturday might begin for some people.
There's my Super Saturday notes.
Super Saturday.
Oh, I love it. Who did that? Is that you, Chris? Steve?
Super
That's
Saturday.
David. Oh, man.
That's David.
David, we
He's
need
been
you.
practicing.
All my life.
Mentimeter.
And I'm not yelling. I'm an electrician. That's how we talk. And I got a T-shirt at the back of my chair that says just that.
I love it. Okay, so 3165-9182 is the Mentimeter code to shut down Super Saturday. You know, I do have the ability to do an echo on my Pro FX, but I'm not gonna burden everybody with that. So,
That's what Paul Abernathy does sometimes.
is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I need I need a button I just press and it does. What I would love to do is press a button and then have an image come up. Because, Mark Early gave me a great idea. He came up with, and let me go to my website. If you go to tdimitrovich.com, thomasdimitrovich.com, and scroll down, you will see a symbol of Dimitrovich unplugged, and I got a cord plugging into a receptacle. And Jeff Sargent said, I need to put the ground prong on the cord on the plug. So, but I got to play off of that too. I got to get the Dimitrovich unplugged and do a session, and maybe get get David Engelhardt and Steve Fromming, and then we do we make it a complaining session. I don't want to use the B word, but we made it a complaining session. Just complain about stuff. But
we do that. We've got it at the R&R Ranch.
I know that's true. But Dimitrovich unplugged. I like that. And I gotta do like a video where it has somebody walking over and pulling the cord out of the wall. Oh, it was kind of cool.
By the cord, not by the cap.
Of course, by the cord. Yeah, just from afar.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah,
Who's got the deeper voice, me or Steve?
man, I think you're in there, buddy. You are in there. Chris,
Yeah,
is that good or bad? I'm not sure.
Well, you know, I listen to these recordings with my voice in it, and I don't care to hear my voice. It sounds like I got something stuck in my mouth.
No comment.
no comment.
Oh no! What did I just do? That size 13 still don't taste any better. I can tell you right now.
Absolutely. So,
all right, I'm going to shut up now.
So Chris Fallen says, "Would I like other members?" And yeah, so Chris, what I keep telling people is go to thomasdimitrovich.com. You go up to resources, and you come down to register here, members only registration. And what that does is it gets you access to a bunch of stuff on my website, and I'm trying to figure out a membership thing for my website, and you notice a little no products in the cart up in the right hand corner of my website. I am going to try to sell some of Bobby Joe's candles on my website. She's going to make labels for her candles. For example, what is a calorie, right? A calorie and candles, heat. So she's making up some labels that have electrical themes to them. And I told her I would try to help her sell some candles. So I'm going to put a cart up there, but that has nothing to do with my members only registration. It's free. You just give me your information. I'll put you on the distribution list for the gold member, and you can view these documents and suggest some comments, help with English. I mean, I need that. And if you have images that you've taken, so the other thing I got to be careful with is if you come out to the Word document and you say, I have a good picture that would apply here, I will give you credit for it, courtesy of, and we'll put the photo in there, but it has to be one that you took. You can't go up on the web and Google, because anybody can do that, and then anybody can get in trouble too. So it has to be pictures that you took. So, Chris, if you know other people that would be would like to work with this, please. Bill Snyder, thank you. Would like to join in? Please do that. Thanks, Bill. Bill Snyder says he enjoyed the live feed today, and this was 11 to 5, and I haven't moved out of the chair. I've been drinking a lot of coffee, and you know the definition of a wet location. So,
your pants.
I'm just saying.
You got your Gatorade bottle nearby?
Got my Gatorade bottle. All right, so Super Saturday has come to an end, and I enjoyed this. I enjoyed the session today. I learned a lot. We got through 70E, and we're getting close to the end on 70E, I think. For the first draft. And then what we'll do for the second draft is we'll go back to this Word document and make revisions. But if you have pictures, you have photos for setting the National Electrical Code, even if there's a section that I haven't even started yet, if you are on the list, I think it's as a commenter, then you can add stuff in there. So you could go into a section that we haven't started yet and contribute. So Bill Snyder, we have Derek next week, 8 p.m. For Electrical Safety Week. So excellent. I was meaning 70B members. Oh, 70B. I'm an alternate to. I know this doesn't feel like committee meeting fighting over language. Yes, if there's other 70B members out there, please join in here. We will. I think this is really good to go through the language that we've created and what we mean by it. Again, what my goal is, what I think I'm going to do with these 3 documents. If I get these done at the end of the year, I am probably going to put them up on Amazon and have all the proceeds go to IAEI if they'll accept them. So all of the work that we're doing, I think that this can be a really good reference document, and I'm hoping to publish it. So go up to the beginning of this document and put your name in. If you're contributing, I don't care if you are, if you're doing the spell corrections and you're helping with the organization and blah, 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 whatever it is, get your name in as a contributor, contributing authors. And then what I'll do is I will try to make it nice and pretty towards the end of this year. It might be a good Christmas over my Christmas holidays. I have Adobe. I use, what do I use? Adobe what? Adobe, because Bobby Joe wrote a book, 3 books. She wrote 3 books, which I'm going to try to sell on my site. Adobe, not Premiere Pro, InDesign. So I have a Adobe InDesign. And what I'll probably do is the same thing we did when we published her book. I'll grab Adobe InDesign, throw the images in, see how many pages we get, and then I can make an electronic book or I can make a hard copy book. Amazon lets you do both. But you all will have a copy of this, obviously, in this Word format, so you'll have the content, and then we can, get it out there, and you'll be in print. We'll have our names on a book. That'd be freaking cool, wouldn't it, David? I think that'd be cool. Sweet. Crazy Eddie's insane. So don't forget to get out to my website and keep an eye on this card, because I'm trying to figure this out for a couple of reasons. And also, I'm working on a learning management system. So if you go to tutorials, I'm doing a transformer educational program, and I'm trying to learn how to do a learning management system, and I'm going to put it up here and do a transformers. I'm using I can't remember the name of the tool, but I'm developing it out first in Word, and that's going to be a pamphlet that you download whenever you take the course, and it'll have all the rules. So I'll show you the link for that one. I'll show you the document I'm working on, because I'm putting it up here as well on transformers. So course transformers and transformer fundamentals is what I'm calling it. I've got transformer. Oh, you guys can't see it over here. Let me share this with you. Stop presenting, and I'm going to present a window. I think that would be this one. Share. Yep. So I have transformer fundamentals. This is sort of the curriculum that I'm developing. You're going to need a calculator, what you'll learn. I've got all the expectations. I have an introduction, what the transformer types are, transformer connections, primary and secondary connections, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like your grounded Y, your delta, all that good stuff. You got your codes and standards. What sections apply? What do you have to think about when you're working on a transformer? And I'm focusing on, for this curriculum, a dry type transformer, say from up to about, 500 kVA or whatever, those little gray boxes that you see all over the place. That's sort of what I'm focusing in on. I put the sections of the code that you're dealing with, the product standards, UL 1561, some NEMA documents. I go through the fundamental equations, how to do the full load amps, all that good stuff, infinite bus, and the ratios. And then I have quizzes. I'm not going to tell you the quiz questions. I have hints and explanations. So the LMS lets you do that. I have OCPD selection. What are required? Well, look at this. I drew this myself. I'm learning how to do some 3D stuff. As we're watching TV, I'm drawing images. OCBD selection, primary, what the maximum size is, what the minimum size is. I have, for the primary, I have the secondary, what the secondary full load amps, what the maximum overcurrent device is on the secondary, what your minimum would be on the secondary, and how to select it. I'm going to do conductor selection, and then primary conductor, secondary conductor, and then your lesson. So at the end of this, you should be able to have a reference document that tells you everything you need to know on how to pick a primary and secondary overcurrent protection, primary and secondary conductors, and transformer fundamentals. And I think that would be kind of cool. And I'm doing it just to figure, for the first step is to learn how to do an LMS. And what I'm hoping to do is try to implement something down with the IAEI, either the Western section or the IAEI International Office. and try to, put some online courses that you would pay for those org groups, but I'm not going to require payment on my stuff. So, and then I'll do a circuit breaker basics, a fusology, et cetera. So that's sort of what I'm trying to do with this side. This is my sandbox to play in, to figure stuff out. So stay tuned for some, and you got to visit www.twoadorablelabs.com and subscribe to Bobby Joe's blog. You can view her blog. She has food. She does stuff about pets, home decor. There's Bobby Joe with the dogs. So she's got the black one is Maggie, the brown one is Jake, and that's Bobby Joe. She has a cookbook, Sit, Stay, Eat. Look, it says, let's be friends. You can put your email in, and she'll send you her little newsletters. And you can learn how to make strawberry icing, and you can learn how to make buffalo cauliflower with spicy buttermilk. All of her recipes are very simple.
Yum, yum.
Oh, I'm telling you what, sun-dried tomato sauce, vodka cream, like the cauliflower. She made this.
Where's that buffalo cauliflower? Oh my goodness.
Oh, it is absolutely out of this world. So she puts the text in there, and then she puts she has the pictures of when she made it, and then I ate it. And then she has here's what you need: a baking sheet, 3 bowls, 2 spoons, a spatula, and a serving dish. Ingredients for the cauliflower: you got a large head, chili peppers, hot pepper flakes, 2 eggs. It's really simple, and she has the instructions down below. So pretty much all of her stuff is it's Tom tested and approved. Absolutely, every one of these except the dog treats, Chris. I don't test the dog treats, but she tells me you can eat every one of the dog treats that are up here. And look, she puts the cornflakes in a freezer bag and crunches them up with her hands. You can also use a rolling pin to crumble them if you like. So I'll tell you what, you got to subscribe to her blog. She puts them out, I don't know, a few times a week. And buffalo cauliflower. There's Jake's Garage. Look, she's got electrical safety, electrical engineering. Look at this. Look at these 3 guys. You got the fuse it or lose it guy, the circuit breaker guy, and the contactor. And there's my it's my garage doors we made. I made those out of cedar. Maggie's a happy girl. Electrical safety and your pet. I wrote an article for her on electrical safety and your pet. And if anybody wants to contribute, let me know, and we'll get you published on Jake's Garage. And then you can go out and buy some candles. She makes candles, and she sells her books. So got a candle a month club. She has her books, and she got all kinds of cool stuff. So anyway, you got to get out to twoadorablelabs.com and subscribe today. Act now. Act now.
See what I'm pointing at?
I can't see. Oh, you got it on your screen. Excellent.
That's the website. Yeah, I'm there also trying to search for buffalo cauliflower for the recipe.
I'm telling you, you got to go. Oh, you got to subscribe to her card. It's free, and she'll send you some recipes. Put your name and your email address and hit subscribe, and you are golden. And look, you get a free bonus, a free travel guide that tells you all the pet-friendly places that she put together. So you got to love it. 2 Adorable Labs.
I'm gonna go night-night.
Me too.
My boy's here to cook me dinner, and I want to thank you, Tom.
Thank you, David.
Time.
Thank you.
And I look forward to the next invitation.
All right, brother.
Okay.
All right.
All right. We'll
Thank
talk
you.
to y'all later.
Take care.
David, have a great Super Sunday.
Super Sunday. All right, Steve. I appreciate you dialing in, buddy.
All righty.
All right. Take care. And I am going to shut down everything. Thanks, everybody, for dialing in. I'll go through all of those Mentimeter things, and we'll make up the pamphlets and whatnot, or the little certificates, and I'll send those out here shortly. Hopefully, probably next week, because I think tomorrow I'm going to veg. I am going to veg. We might go antiquing.
Well, That
Yep.
sounds like fun.
Yeah, we're going to go to a couple antique shops. All right. Thank you. We will talk to everybody later. My voice is getting tied up.
See ya.
See you later, Steve. Thanks. Take care. Bye. End the call for everyone. All right. Thank you out there. It has been a blast on Super Saturday. And stay safe, stay healthy, and content live. Hope I'm still streaming. Yeah, I'm still streaming. All right. Remember, stay safe and stay healthy. And thanks for what you do for the electrical industry. Thanks for what you do for electrical safety. William Snyder, Willie, thank you. Felix Sandoval, have a great weekend. Have a good Sunday. Robert from Omaha, Chris Foland, Felix, Robert from Omaha. Who else we got out here? I know we had some other people. I know we had Don Gannier on. We had a lot of great people. And that's what I love about doing this. It's not about me. It's about everybody who gets to contribute. Thank you for tuning and spending your Saturday or at any portion of your Saturday with me. All right, guys, take care, stay safe, and please stay healthy.